5 o'clock, so I am going to call our regularly scheduled Truckee Town Council meeting of February 8th to order. Sarah, may I have roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Pallavi.
Here.
Vice Mayor Romack.
Here.
Mayor Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Klubstad.
Here.
And Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And if everyone would join me in unmuting and saying the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the
United States of America.
And to the republic for which it stands,
One nation.
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I know that's a little tricky when we're all unmuting, but I really appreciate that. We're going to move right into public comment. Before we do that, Kimberly English is on with us from the town staff, and she's going to give an overview on how this will actually work this evening. Just as a
recording
reminder,
in progress.
Public comment this is really an opportunity for anyone in the public to give a comment on any item that is not on our agenda this evening. So Kimberly, I'm going to turn it over to you to just give an overview of how it's going to work, given that we're back in a virtual format.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So if you are an attendee in this meeting and you look at the bottom of your Zoom screen, there is a raised hand option, and that's how we participate, have the public participate in public comment. You'll hear my voice. I'll say your first and last name and let you know that you're up for public comment. In order to keep a queue going, if there's more than one person who raises their hand, I will say, Mickey Mouse, you're first. Donald Duck, you are second. And just kind of continuing on in that fashion, just to let everybody kind of know where they are in the queue. After I say your name, Mickey Mouse, I will unmute you. There should be a prompt on your Zoom screen that says you've been asked to unmute. You will speak for 3 minutes. Sarah Ring will be our timekeeper, and she will let you know at the 15-second left mark that your public comment time is almost up. And then I will be muting you and putting you back in the queue and removing your permission to talk. So don't worry about that part. And then I will announce the next person, Donald Duck. It's their turn to speak, and then as well as the person after them. And I've run out of Disney characters, so that's all I got. And if you have any questions, please use the Q&A for technical difficulties so that we don't interrupt the regular meeting. I can respond to your technical questions through the Q&A box, which is those 2 little chat bubbles down at the bottom. But as far as public comment goes, this meeting doesn't support written public comment. So you're going to have to raise your hand and then speak for up to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Kimberly, thank you very much. And with that, do we have anyone who would like to make a general public comment on agenda item 4.0?
I'm not seeing any hands, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will close 4.0 and we'll move on to our presentations this evening. Our first one, 5.1. We have Judy Newland and Dr. Shawnee Cole with Tahoe Forest Hospital, and I understand that you're going to present a COVID-19 update to us this evening.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for inviting us to give another update regarding the hospital and community response to the recent surge. So I have a little bit of different information than last time. So just starting the day off, we currently have 3 COVID patients in the hospital. So during this surge, we really actually had no more than 6. And just a reminder that what we learned from our public health officer is that in the state of California, 50% of the patients that are admitted that have COVID are admitted because they have the symptoms of COVID. And so therefore 50% of those numbers are because of patients being admitted because of being symptomatic. The other 50% of the numbers you see are because you're admitted, let's say you have appendicitis, and everybody who gets admitted gets tested and you test positive. So it's important to understand, even in our hospital, when we have 6, actually only 3 of those were symptomatic individuals. One of the things I do like to report on is our number of positive employees. As of today, we have 14 positive COVID employees that are out, and actually a total of 20 because we do have some out on quarantine. So that may seem like sort of a moderate to a large number, but at one time we had 103 positive employees out with COVID and a total of 140 employees out. What we learned when they were out, by the way, for tracking was they really got positive from outside. That was post-holiday. People were socializing, and again from their children. So we did have quite a few positive employees. But what I do want you all to understand is never did we have an employee or a physician come back to work that tested positive. So if you recall, the CDC allowed you could, if you became positive, you could return to work after 5 or 6 days and you didn't have to test. But we made the decision not to do that. We required every employee to be tested. And if it took 10 or 12 days for them to come negative, then they could return to work. So we did decide that as a health system for the safety of our patients that walk through those doors. As of today, the state of California has a 9.5% positivity rate, which is really good news because that's down from about 20% a few weeks ago. Nevada County has a 16.2% positive rate, and I think they were about 28 or 29% at one time. Placer County, 13.9%, they're down. They were running in the 20s, also mid-20s. And Washoe County, we do track that because we do have a hospital in Incline, and they are still a little high at 31.6%. But I do recall that they started later than Nevada County, so that's not surprising that they are still up in the 30%. For testing, just a reminder, we do have 2 test locations in Truckee. One is the LHI, which is on Donner Pass Road. Placer County was nice enough to put that testing site there. During the pandemic or during this recent surge, they usually do 500 tests. They actually had to drop to 400 and not do walk-ins, and that was because of supplies, but I believe they are back to normal. And then Tahoe Forest Hospital, we do testing through our respiratory illness clinic. If somebody has a symptom, they can call our hotline at 582-3450, and they will talk to a nurse there, and then the decision if they move forward with testing or stay home. I will let you know, during the peak of the surge, we were having 500 calls a day. Today, we are down to 80 calls, so that's good news. We were actually had up to 120, 140 testing, and now we are down to 30 to 50. The best news of all that is today we are finding that our symptomatic tests, we are at a 12% positivity rate. During the peak, we had some days that were 57%. So it is great news that we are down to 12%. And then lastly, again, our vaccine clinic at the Gateway Vaccine Clinic, we continue to be open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday from 9 a.m. to 5:30. Again, we moved it those days so we had plenty of parking. So that seemed to make it easier, especially when we had students that were coming. So we continue Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 18 and over can have the J&J, Moderna, or Pfizer. For 12 and over, they can have the booster, but they also can only have the Pfizer. And then 5 to 11 are only vaccines at this time with Pfizer. I will let you all know we are planning, if the CDC opens and CDPH opens, to 6 months to 5 years. We do have a plan in place in order to provide that at the vaccine clinic. So I'm now going to hand it over to Dr. Cole.
Thank you, Judy. That was a great report. Couple things I wanted to remind you guys of is that the CDC often comes out with recommendations. And when those recommendations come out, we don't immediately adopt them. And that's because we are in California and we have to go by California Department of Public Health recommendations. So it does take a little bit more time for us to adopt those recommendations. And we have noticed through this last surge that CDPH didn't always adopt exactly what the CDC did, which is why we wait for the recommendations. Judy went over the testing options. Just so you know, in our respiratory illness clinic, we are only doing symptomatic people. And Judy, if you wouldn't mind putting in the chat our phone number for that, it's 530-582-3450. And that is if the community is having any type of illness respiratory illness, COVID symptoms, they can call that number. They can be either triaged to a test only or to actually have an appointment to be seen. So that's a great service. The other thing is that the vaccine clinic, Judy did a great job on that. We are also rolling out vaccines in our pediatric clinic. Those will not be for vaccine only appointments though. That will be if you have a scheduled well child check, you could potentially add on the vaccine. She did mention that we are working with a team to figure out that 6 month to 4 year when those recommendations do come through for us. As far as treatment options, we do have the sotrovimab, which is the IV monoclonal antibodies. We currently have a good supply. Today's supply, we have 44 doses left, which is a good amount compared to, other weeks we were down to 0 doses left. So we're feeling a little plush right now, which is awesome. The other thing we did get is we do have Paxlovid, which is the oral antiviral agent, along with molnupiravir. We have plenty of doses. We have of the Paxlovid. We have 28 of our 40 doses. We want to thank Sierra County, as Sierra County actually donated 20 doses to Tahoe Forest so that we could help. We do take care of a lot of the Sierra County patients and residents, and so for them to donate their allotment of Paxlovid through CDPH to our county was a big win for us, and so we feel very lucky that we have enough of these medications to treat our community and our visitors. Also, just like Judy said, we were able to keep the hospital employees safe, keeping them home for as long as they needed to be home. But also wanted to just mention that when we did have a high amount of our employees out, we did not discontinue any services. So really big kudos to our team for really stepping up to the plate and making sure our community was taken care of. So that's all I had for today. And thank you, Judy, for your thorough report.
Judy, Dr. Cole, thank you so much. That's certainly some really positive news. And I think given the most recent wave and the surge we've had, we can all use that. So thank you so much for being here this evening. Let's go through. We have 2 more short presentations, if you don't mind holding on the line just for a minute, and then we'll kind of go into questions for all of the presentations, if that's amenable to you. So with that, 5.2, Becky, I think, is going to give a presentation on the Brockway road wall art request for proposals. Becky, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just quickly share my screen, and hopefully you can see that. So I am very pleased tonight to present this item, which is basically reporting out on the Arts Commission selection for art for the Brockway Road Trail. Partially it's exciting because it's the first piece of art that's been commissioned by the town. So before I get to, I know that you have a lot going on tonight, so I will try to get through this pretty quick. But before I jump in, I did just want to take a moment to thank the commissioners. They meet every month, and I've only been involved in the process for a handful of meetings, but what I can tell you is they're very dedicated and passionate, and I've already learned a lot from them. Also, Hillary's been kind of leading the charge. She's been the main staff person with the commission for the past year or two, and so she's kind of the one that's been doing a lot of the work that led up to this point. And then also Sarah Ring, who's helped kind of keep us organized and help run all the meetings. So on to the item. So this is the Brockway Road retaining wall. It was built last year as part of the multi-use path that was built along Brockway Road. As you can see, it's a board form concrete wall. There was a request for proposals that was put out. It was really developed by the commissioners. It had a $40,000 budget for art, and it had a bunch of selection criteria identified, including so these are the things that the art was rated on by the commissioners. So the overall concept and approach, originality, innovation, appropriateness, relevance, and compatibility, and also particularly how it ties in with the historic district, because it is in the historic district. longevity, and in that is like kind of durability and how it would stand up to our conditions, with the snow, the fact that it's a north-facing wall. And the commission went as far as to sort of suggest that discourage the use of paint or other chemically bonded elements to the wall. So that was that's a big part of the selection process. Then they were also evaluated on their references and experience and a demonstrated ability to implement the project. So the RFP went out on just beginning of December, and the proposals were due on January 14th, and we actually received 8 submittals. And I'm just going to go quickly through the 8 submittals just so you can get a chance to look and see what was provided. I'm not going to try to get into like the details of the intent or the thought process of the artist, because I'm sure I'll mess that up. So I'll just try to give you an idea of what they look like and what some of the materials they were proposing. And I will say that 5 out of the 8 were local artists. And I think we were pretty thrilled with the fact that we got 8 submittals. It just shows there's a lot of interest in the town in this kind of work. So the first that I'm going to talk about was Sarah Smith. She's local. She proposed a mix of metal and paint. And the tree roots in this exhibit kind of up in the top would have been metal. And then other elements of nature would be painted on the wall, such as like animals and other things. The next one was from Articletica, which is also another local artist, but has also done art installations throughout the country and even internationally. They were proposing a mosaic that would attach to the wall. And you can kind of see some examples of their work here on this slide. Eli Manis is the next one, another local artist. His proposal was here shown at the bottom of this slide, was to digitally cut sheets with different things that would relate or representations of Truckee. So it would be cut metal that would then be attached to the wall. Next, we have Jane Kim with Inktwell. Her proposal was to basically take a cross-section of a sugar pine and install a portion of it on the wall using powder-coated metal that gets individually placed on the wall. Next, we have Anton Stantiner with Mountain Forge. The proposal was to use a variety of different metals and apply them create faces and forms and apply that to the wall. Another local artist. Then there was Robert Luthan, and his proposal was to use it's like a tile mosaic attached to the wall using sort of a multicolor that you see this exhibit that you see here, that the different colors are supposed to represent the 4 elements. Next, we have Charlie Malpass, who proposed a mural, painted mural on the wall. The mural is shown at the top it's got depictions of trees, a bear there kind of on the center left or center right, and then mountains. I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but she's also another local artist. And then the 8th one was Wyatt Hersey, who had proposed to take laser cut steel and it would be powder coated various colors, and it would depict various scenes or items related to Truckee. So those are the 8 that we received in a real quick overview. So the selection process was that we had these scoring sheets. The commissioners all had scoring sheets go and do kind of a ranking and evaluate each proposal. They held 2 meetings. One was on January 24th, and that one was really information gathering. Each artist was allowed to present their proposal, and then the commissioners can ask questions. And then February 1st is where they really kind of made their decision, and they had a discussion and made their final selection. And so their final selection, they chose the Jane Kim Inktwell submittal as their top choice. So she was the one that had it's using metal pieces that represent the cross section of a sugar pine. And, I think some of the comments that the commissioners had is that they liked the idea that she would use a local tree, and that it's kind of got good durability, but also kind of the appropriateness for the site and the kind of tie to the historic logging, but while still being modern. So there's a lot of reasons why they chose it, but this is the one that they chose. And so our next steps will be that we are going to start working with the artists and try to develop the contract. get a little more details on the schedule. And then the next step after that will be that they'll put together a little more details on the design for further consideration, and then with the goal of installing this summer. And that concludes my presentation.
Becky, thank you so much. That's really exciting. And I just want to say it must have been a really hard choice. All of the designs were absolutely beautiful. So thank you to all of our artists who submitted and to the commission for the work in selecting, because I'm sure that was really, really tough. So thank you. I'm excited to see that move forward. With that, we'll move to 5.3. Jen, you're going to present our town manager update.
Great, thank you. I'm going to be really brief because you have a big conversation ahead of you, so not to delay that. Really want to thank the hospital for the COVID update. That's very positive news, a good outlook. We are still currently closed to the public, but based on that report, we'll be monitoring our own COVID cases and hopefully be able to open soon. So stay tuned and watch our website and social media for updates on that. Potentially could be in person for the next meeting. If not, in March, it sounds like would be really viable. So stay tuned for that. We do appreciate everybody's patience and understanding, continued patience and understanding as we are in year 2 or going into year 2 of this pandemic. So thanks, everybody. Stay healthy. And that's all of my report tonight.
Wonderful. Well, that was very brief. Thank you, Jen. Do any of my fellow council members have questions on any of the 3 presentations this evening? No. Okay. Let's open public comment. Do we have anyone waiting to make a public comment on any of the presentations? Kimberly?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. So with that, we'll close public comment. Thank you again to everyone for your presentations this evening. Really appreciate you being here with us. We will move promptly onto our consent calendar. So I'm going to read the consent items that we have. 6.1, the town council minutes for the February 1st, 2022 team building. 6.2, 2021 paving and drainage project, C2102, notice of completion. 6.3, Transit Center, CIP C1820. It's an engineering contract approval with Eastern Sierra Engineering for a not to exceed amount of $177,716. And 6.4, fiscal year 21-22, purchase of hybrid Explorer Police Department. Do I have any council members who would like to pull a consent item this evening? Seeing none, do we have any staff members who would like to pull a consent item this evening?
We do not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public with us tonight who would like to pull a consent item?
No one has raised their hand, Mayor.
Thank you, Kimberly. So with that, may I have a motion to pass our consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve our consent calendar.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack.
Second.
Okay, so I think Councilmember Zabriskie and Klövstad seconded at the same time. Okay, Councilmember Zabriskie's pointing at Councilmember Klövstad. So we'll say Vice Mayor Romack was first and Councilmember Klövstad seconded. Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And our consent calendar passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everyone. Wonderful. We will move right into our discussion items this evening. Our first one is 7.1. It's the fiscal year 2020-2021 AB 1600 Traffic and Facility Impact Fee Public Hearing and Fee Adjustments. Becky, I believe you're on deck to do this presentation as well. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, wonderful. So we'll move into the presentation, and because we're virtual, I want to let everyone sort of know in advance. I think it'll just be easier. Our order for questions and deliberations on this agenda item Vice Mayor Romack, I'll start with you. I'll then move to council members Klostad, Zabriskie, and Pallavi. Becky, right over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, sharing my screen. Hopefully you can all see that. Okay, so yes, we're talking about the AB 1600 program. Just a little background. AB 1600 really refers to an 1987 law that establishes the development or allows for the development of development impact mitigation fees. So these are basically fees by developers to help mitigate impacts. For purposes of tonight's discussion, we're really talking about traffic impact fees and facility impact fees. And there we go. So there's a few purposes of tonight's presentation. One is to hold a public hearing regarding the annual update. The second is to adopt a resolution, and that resolution really does two things. It makes findings that are necessary for us to retain funds that have been in the account for over 5 years, and also establishes the fee adjustments. So I'm going to try to go through these relatively quickly, but we can go back to them if there's any questions. So on the traffic impact fees, we collected a little over $1 million in 2021 fiscal year, and we expended just under $2 million. And this is a list of projects that we spent those funds on. And for facility impact fees, we collected just under $600,000 and spent just under $200,000. And all those funds were spent on the Public Service Center. On the traffic impact fees, doing a little math and looking at how much we have our current balance of fees and how much we collect in the past 5 years, we have a balance of about $600,000 that we've had in the fund for more than 5 years. So in order for us to keep that in the fund, we have to make a number of findings. And those are in the resolution 2022-06. And really the findings have to do with the fact that there are projects in the program that will take more than 5 years to actually generate the AB 1600 or traffic impact fees we need to fund it, or there's potentially projects that are more complicated and take more than 5 years to develop. So on the facility impact fee side, we haven't had any funds. There aren't funds that are older than 5 years, so we don't have to make any findings on that side. The other part of the resolution is to make the fee adjustment. So I'm just going to start with the facility impact fees because that's the easy one. We have basically increased the facility impact fees. These are fees per square foot or of different uses, or it's per room for hotel and motel. They were increased by 5.88%, which represents the change in the construction cost index from July 2020 to June 2021. So that's the adjustment we're proposing on the facility impact fees. On the traffic impact fees, we are proposing to apply the 5.8% adjustment, except in areas for projects that we have better information. So our past practice has always been, if we have more updated cost estimates, we use those instead. So we have two projects, the Church Street Extension and the Coldstream Roundabout project we have bids, we know the construction costs, and so those fees the amounts for those projects have been updated. For Reimagine Bridge Street and Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street Extension, we have updated cost estimates that we have for more detailed designs. And so when you make those adjustments and do the calculation, what we're recommending is increasing the current traffic impact fee per dwelling unit equivalent from 6,348 to 8,264, which represents roughly a 30% increase, or an increase of just under 2,000 per dwelling unit equivalent. And dwelling unit equivalent is a way for us to sort of normalize or create, convert commercial and non-residential uses. And it really just reflects the level of traffic that's comparable to an average size permanently occupied single family dwelling unit in town. Both of these fees, I should say this is a larger than normal increase, I guess, or in past years, percentage increase in the fee. And most of it's driven by the fact that the Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street Extension project, the project cost was $40 million compared to the $24 million that was in the fee program prior to this update. And both sets of fees we're proposing to have go in effect by April 11th per the resolution. I do want to talk about the Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street Extension project just because it is triggering a larger increase in the fee. That program or that project has been in the general plan since the 1996 general plan. It's in our current general plan, a part of the circulation element. It's part of the adopted traffic impact fee program. So it's in there. There's the nexus analysis in the traffic impact fee program for why it's in there. It's really essentially necessary to mitigate congestion on Donner Pass Road that's generated by future development. We did receive a request from the Contractors Association of Truckee Tahoe to hold off on increasing or adjusting the cost of the Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street Extension project at this time, just apply the 5.88% inflationary adjustment until more information is available through the current study. There's currently a study for this project underway, and they're requesting that we delay until we have more information. The study that's underway is doing a few things. It's updating environmental baseline studies for the project. It is reevaluating, updating a project design. So this project, there was some initial work that was done in the early 2000s, and so we're kind of updating it and getting reinitiating the project. It's updating the project costs, and it's already done some of that, and that's where that updated $40 million number came from. And then also evaluating funding alternatives. And I think that's one of the things that the Contractors Association was hoping that we could delay the cost increase until we had the evaluation of funding alternatives for the project. So the staff is still recommending to keep to make the adjustment based on the more updated cost estimates because it reflects kind of a more realistic cost for the project. But if the council does have an alternative recommendation, they could consider the alternative recommendation, which would be just to apply the inflationary adjustments. That would reduce the fee from down to $6,799 per DUE compared to the $8,264. What that might mean is in the next year, we might lose, there might be a potential loss in revenues that, with about $300,000 to $400,000. It's a little hard to estimate because it all depends on how much development and how many fees we take in the next year, but it's in that time and it's in that range. So again, our recommendation tonight is to make the adjustments that were in the staff report, have the council conduct a public hearing, and then adopt a resolution 2022-06, which would makes the findings that are necessary to retain the AB 1600 fees that have been in the account for more than 5 years, and also make the adjustments so that the traffic impact fee is $8,264 per DUE, and based on the updated cost estimates for the different projects, and then adjust the facilities impact fee upward by 5.8% per our staff report. Again, if the council wishes to make adjustments to what we have assumed in the fee program for the Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street Extension, there is an alternative action they could to consider, which would reflect the request of the Contractors Association. And that would really just mean instead of adjusting the fee up to the 8,000 plus number per DUE for traffic impact fees, instead you would make just do inflationary adjustments for the Pioneer Trail and Bridge Street Extension project, which would make the fee $6,799 per DUE. So with that, I will, I'm not sure if I should stop the share. Maybe I will stop the share for now. I can pull it back up so you can see the recommendation, just so you guys can see each other a little better. That concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Becky. I just wanted to add just a quick follow-up. You did a great summary, Becky. I was the person who was communicating directly with the Contractors Association about this. So when the staff report, Becky had given them a heads up ahead of time that this was coming up. When the staff report came out, the Contractors Association representative, Patrick Flora, reached out to us as staff. I talked to him on the phone a couple of times. And we talked about this fact that this engineering work is underway on the Pioneer Trail extension. So As Becky mentioned, it's common practice for us when we get higher quality cost information on a given project to plug that into the calculation on our fee adjustment. Usually it's lower dollar project costs, $3 to $5 million, and a 20% adjustment of like $1 million change in a project cost like that does not generate a major shift in the amount of the traffic impact fee. In this case, because it's such a high dollar project cost, that percentage, the way it works its way through to the fee is much more magnified. So, and what Patrick and I talked about is that what we have done so far with this work is we've taken the old project design, applied recent construction cost data to it, and that's the new number that we have. What we have left to do is to take that old project design, tune it up, look for opportunities to reduce project cost. I don't think we're going to find $15 million of cost reduction, but there's probably ways to find some efficiencies in there. So that's one major piece of work that remains to be done. And then the other major piece of work that remains to be done is, as Becky said earlier, to look more deeply at other potential funding sources that could assist in building this project. At this point, there are no other funding sources that we are aware of that we are in direct control of to build the project. Whether or not through this effort we find some remains to be seen. So I think the basis of the Contractors Association's request to only do an inflationary adjustment at the moment was tied heavily to, hey, wait till you get some of this additional information before making this kind of a major adjustment. And that's not an unreasonable request, I would say. With that said, I think from a staff perspective, it's our job to give you as the council the best information we have. The best information we have is that this project is going to cost more, and at the moment we don't have other sources of revenue available to help fund it. So that's the reason for our recommendation. So I don't know if that helps you or hurts you, but I just wanted to add a little bit of additional, color to the background conversation with the Contractors Association on this topic. So,
Becky, Dan, thank you so much. That is really helpful. I really appreciated the presentation. Let's move right into council questions. Vice Mayor Romack.
Thank you. And thank you, Becky and Dan. So a question, if we were to adjust for just the inflationary amount as requested by Kat, and then we get the data back, this summer, we would have to wait until next year to do another increase to utilize those new numbers, or are we able to make additional changes this year once we have those additional numbers?
You could make a midstream adjustment. I think staff's recommendation would be to just build it into the AB 1600 update that would happen next year. And I also think it's unlikely that the remaining work to be done would be done by this summer either. So.
And that was going to be my next question. Do we have a timeline or an estimate on when we would know these costs in more detail?
I think the remaining work in the study is a year to a year and a half out to get it completed. So, and that's taking into account internal workload, on other projects. So we may have it for you next year when it's time to do the AB 1600 program annual review. There's just as good of a possibility that it would be the year after that.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. Councilmember Klogstad, do you have questions?
Yes, although Dan spent a bit of time with me yesterday and answered most of them, but Dan, I came up with a few more. So Kat's comment letter refers to a level of service, which was the previous assessment on Donner Pass Road, and that it'll achieve an unacceptable level of service at some point in the future. I'm assuming this new Loomis study is going to convert that to VMT. Is that true?
It would look at both. So
okay.
It would
That'll
look
be
at
helpful.
both. Yeah, it would look at both VMT and level of service.
Okay, great. And then, that's really the crux of this issue, right? If it's not going to impact, or if Donner Pass Road is impacted, then we need to do something to mitigate that. This is the current option. There might be some others, though, but that's not really being looked at this point. That this Loomis study is really focused on just evaluating the impacts and the costs of that road. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if the road were not built, if somehow somebody came up with some other mitigating options, I'm assuming the fees collected to date would just go to the next priority project for the town?
Presumably, yeah. So if we were to eliminate that project from our fee program, we would delete it, then fees would go down, the way if we go from a $24 million project to zero, then that would reduce the fees, and then generally the money in the account would be used for other projects.
Okay. So I think that evaluation of the impacts of Donner Pass Road is really critical. So the original evaluation, that was LSC, correct? And now this one's going to be Loomis. So we kind of have two opinions coming on it.
Yeah. So the original one in '96 was a different traffic consultant whose name escapes me. The 2006 general plan was LSC. And then currently, we have Loomis working on this with a sub-consultant, but LSC may be involved with some of this data analysis as well as a sub-consultant.
Everybody at some point asks Gordon anyway. Okay, so that's kind of a point of interest to me. I just want to make sure we're getting more than one opinion on this, since it is such a critical decision point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have questions this evening?
Yes. If we were to adopt Kat's recommendation and then decided we did want to go ahead with the Bridge Street Pioneer project, would that mean that we'd either be raising the impact fees to make up the lost ground or looking for alternative funds?
Yes.
And Kat's concern is that is uncertainties, including whether we'll ever do Bridge Street to Pioneer Trail.
Yeah, I want to be thoughtful about not inadvertently misrepresenting, Kat's interest on this. I think as a general rule of thumb, they take an interest in any type of development related fee, which this is. And I think their caution is that if we increase the fee approximately $2,000, I think their question is that premature given the work that's ongoing?
Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Councilmember Polivy, do you have questions?
I do, just one. So can the rate be increased incrementally over time, or are we statutorily obligated to do it all at once?
We're not statutorily obligated to adjust the fee in any fashion. We have a limit on the upper end in that there needs to be a nexus between the fee being charged and the projects being implemented and the impacts of development that are being mitigated. So that effectively establishes a ceiling, if you will. However, there is no floor.
And basically, if we shortchange ourselves, that's really all we're doing is shortchanging a future council's budget direction. Should we, should this project move forward? Should we choose to not create that drastic raise this year? Basically, I guess my concern is there a middle ground? I guess why staff's going for the full board to try to get it all covered. There's a second recommendation, just to go with inflation. Is there a more modest increase option at 10%, for example?
That could be done. I think what staff was recommending is, consistent with our past practice on this. I think, to be fair to the Contractors Association and the process, the past practice it's kind of been, a percent or two here or there. So it's been, not as dramatic. And I think because it's more dramatic now because of the magnitude of the project, it's much more noticeable. And so I think that combined with the fact that we've got this ongoing technical work was the reason Kat suggested that we not follow past practice on this one. So to answer your question, do we believe that you could go to 10% or 15%? We do. I think from a staff perspective, I always like to put things in nice little logic boxes because of my technical background. I think if the council's thinking is, hey, we're midstream on this technical work, we'd really like to see the full results of that. We've got partial results of it currently that may be changing before we make a decision that would have a degree of effect on the impact fees. Then I think that's perfectly legitimate. And just saying we will apply the inflationary adjustment, which is also past practice, right? Is we apply inflationary adjustment until we get better information. If you as the council are thinking we've got more information, but maybe it's not as complete as you'd like it to be, then I think that would be a good reason for you to just decide to go with the inflationary adjustment. And I think if you're feeling like the updated cost estimate is enough and these other pieces of information may not change things that much, then that would be a reason to go with the recommendation that was in the staff report. And you could try to split the baby. It would just be hard to come up with a rationale as to what that middle ground should be.
Yeah. And then my last question, Dan, is just, do we have I didn't see in the staff report, and I'm remiss for not emailing you sooner. Even that 5+%, cost of construction inflationary increase is pretty drastic. Is that the average? I think you just said in your comments, we've been looking at 1 to 2%, over the past couple of years. And I think this is our third or fourth AB 1600. And I don't recall, even from an inflation perspective, such a large increase.
This is the largest CPI increase we have seen in the construction cost index that I recall in the many years that we've been doing these CPI adjustments on this program.
Great. Thanks, Dan. Mayor Henderson, thank you. I apologize. Sorry. I'm all good.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Klofstad, I see your hand back up. I think you probably have another question or a follow-up.
Sorry, one follow-up for Danielle, if you don't mind. I know we are currently writing the circulation element, and we have to assume something in that. We can't just assume that this contemplation doesn't exist. So I know as Dan mentioned, we are assuming this road exists for the development of our circulation element. How impactful is that to take that out of the element if that becomes a course of action?
I think that we're going to keep it in for now, like Dan said, and that when we have the discussion with council about the mobility element, we've already prepared LSC for that, possibility that we'll have that discussion. So I think they're just going to make sure that, the model is capable of us being able to kind of back that out if we need to, and the sort of ramifications of that. But it is hard because it overlaps into greenhouse gas emissions. It goes into the safety element when we talk about evacuation. So there are a lot of other impacts that could be associated with removing that improvement.
Yeah, that's the complication of it. It's not just a paragraph to extract somewhere. It's peppered throughout the document. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Vice Mayor Romack, I saw your hand go back up as well.
Thank you. And this one's for Danielle as well, related to accessory dwelling units. Do they pay traffic impact fees? Just curious, and I know it might depend on size or other issues, but
yeah, we have an exemption for smaller ones, but the ones that are over, I think it's 500 square feet, we collect money on.
Thank you.
And our fee is on a per square foot basis. So smaller units pay a lower fee, larger homes pay a higher fee.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for that. Any other council questions before we move on to public comment? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So with that, I will open public comment on this agenda item. Kimberly, can you let me know if we have anyone in the waiting room to provide public comment?
We do. Patrick Flora would like to add public comment. 1 second while I unmute him.
Thank you.
Patrick, you should be able to talk now.
Always a dangerous thing. Good evening, Mayor Henderson, council members. Well, lucky you apparently don't have video. So I just wanted to reiterate our written comments that we are in favor of you taking action on the CCI inflation rate tonight, but that you do postpone the 30.18% increase in the traffic impact fees until a couple of reasons I stated in our comment. One being the ongoing studies, LUMO study, to gather some more information, whether or not additional funding sources might be available, particularly as the infrastructure bill funds start becoming available to the state and local municipalities. I wanted to also just clarify a couple of things in case there was any confusion. We are not arguing that the third tall donor access, the Pioneer Trail extension, is unnecessary or should be removed from the program. Our concerns really still remain largely around the percentage of AB 1600 fees. As I sent all of you today, just one of dozens of documents from the middle 2014, 2015, 2016. We had numerous discussions on council at that time regarding this, and I don't believe that those have really ever been fully resolved. So if, and I would be happy to answer any questions Mayor, Council has.
Wonderful. Patrick, thank you so much. We really appreciate you submitting in advance and taking the time to call in. Thank you. Do we have any other public comments, Kimberly?
That is it at this time, Mayor.
Thank you very much for confirming. We'll close public comment and we will move into council deliberations. So Vice Mayor Romack, I'd love to turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And thank you again, Becky and Dan. Appreciate all that info. You know, we need to pay for the infrastructure in our town, and we need to ensure that we have the appropriate infrastructure for the people. And so, you know, if the Bridge Street to Pioneer Trail Extension project is part of that plan, it does make sense. We need to ensure we're able to fund it. But I do feel like maybe this is a little premature to go the full 30% increase at this time. It does make sense to me to wait until we have additional information from the studies, and to also, you know, just be cautious of the fees that we're adding on to potential housing units in our community. That's why I ask about ADUs. If it's something, again, we need to fund, and we get the studies back from Loomis and we do need to increase more, then we can have that conversation next year. But I think at this time, while we're trying to do what we can to help our community, I would be in support of just going with the inflationary increase at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Klofstad.
Okay, so it's going to, first and foremost, it's going to take a long time at this traffic impact fee level to raise the money necessary to complete this road. But I see we really basically have three choices here. We can either rip the Band-Aid off and increase the fees now, or we can hope that we can find another funding mechanism, which I believe, since it would have to be some sort of probably a parcel tax, that would have to be voter approved. So there's no guarantees that we would be able to achieve that. I know we're going to do some surveying and research about that, but I think that's going to be a pretty hard threshold to reach. And the third option is to eliminate the road. And I don't think we're at the point right now to be able to make that decision to say, no, we don't need it. That's why we're waiting for the Loomis study. So I think at this point, as painful as it is to continue to increase these fees, this has always been part of the general plan. It's being developed into the future general plan. We have invested time and energy in figuring out how to build this road and the positive and negative impacts of that, because I know part of the analysis is the environmental mitigation that's going to add to the cost. And let's face it, this cost is not going to go down. It's just going to go up, because we're probably going to find some serious environmental mitigation that we're going to have to do. So I don't really feel like we have a choice. I think we need to go with staff's first recommendation and increase the full amount.
Thank you, Councilmember Klofstad. Councilmember Zabriskie.
The first thing is that it strikes me that this project might never happen, partly because of the state policies that are moving us away from private automobile towards more public transportation and alternative transportation. The infrastructure funding that's coming out now and is either being directed towards those kinds of transportation, or it's directed at repairing our existing infrastructure rather than building roads of this type. And then I think the environmental concerns will increase and there'll be some sticker shock. All of that said, on the other hand, we very well may feel we need to go forward with it because of the impact on traffic on Donner Pass Road and the growth of the town. Just in our recent council meeting, we agreed to increase housing densities, multifamily densities along Donner Pass Road. We are going to see an increase. And if we're going to need to pay for this project, I'd rather not have the sticker shock of having a high increase in the impact fees later because we didn't do any increase now. Finally, offsetting that is our dwelling unit, the base number we use to divide, that number is going to go up by some amount, whether it's due to SB 9 or ADUs or the increased densities we're looking at in our environmental analysis under the updated general plan. So where do I end up on this? I lean towards the reasoning of Council Member Klofstad, but for me, there are so many uncertainties. I'm mostly sitting on the fence, I guess.
Okay, so I hear sitting on the fence, but leaning towards alignment with Councilmember Klofstad.
Yes, and I took so much time because I wanted to explain my reasoning because I'm still left without a certainty because of the uncertainty.
I can appreciate that. Councilmember Pallavi.
This doesn't bode well for the rest of our evening, man. I support Vice Mayor Romack on this one. I'm fairly aligned with her and would like to see would like to see the final study. More importantly, I have a real hard time supporting that 30%. I think that's a lot. I definitely support the inflationary increase. And if we are going to take measures like this, we've never, I think looking back historically, the fee increase of this magnitude is sort of what gets me more so, whether or not we build the road, I get it. Whether or not we build the road, we're going to use the money for transit. We're going to use it for something else, that's going to be infrastructure related. But I have a real problem with that amount. So I'd rather take this year. Let's take the highest, and let's not forget the highest inflationary increase, we've seen in Dan's history, which is a really long time. We won't make you publicize that, Dan. But really understand what that means with the cost of construction and everything else we're trying to do. So I'm with Vice Mayor Romack on this one.
And Dan, can you just confirm again, you said we would likely have the information hopefully for next year, but it could be a full 2 years. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And expected revenue implications were $300,000 to $400,000 annually. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Okay. I also, like Councilmember Zabriskie, have gone, very back and forth on this. And I want to thank staff for answering all of the questions in advance on this. And of course, the questions this evening. I think for me, fundamentally, I feel like there is tremendous uncertainty around this project. I think Councilmember Pallavi makes a very good point that we would still use that funding for infrastructure down the road. And so to me, that actually sways me towards aligning with council members Klobstad and Zabriskie on this, because we will use the funding for infrastructure and that infrastructure will benefit our growing community. So with that, I do not think we are unanimous on this. And I don't necessarily think that we will get to a point of being unanimous. So,
it's a heart-wrenching issue no matter what. I just want to say that this is painful. I don't want to raise the fees this much. And yeah, we haven't, the last time I've seen this level of inflation was in the 2004, 2006 period of time. So it's been a long time. And it's painful all the way around. So it's kind of I feel like this is a forced of hand choice.
I absolutely agree with you. I think it is really painful. Councilmember Zabriskie, you have your hand up. Let me turn back to you.
Is this something where we could move toward the middle and all agree on a middle number?
I think from my perspective, I'll ask Dan to weigh in, but I think the challenge with that is it will be hard to rationalize why we're picking a certain number. Dan, would you like to respond to that?
But I would not be able, from a technical standpoint, to articulate what a middle number should be and what the rationale for it should be. Again, and maybe I'm trying to be too logical in my thought process. I was trying to isolate it into this kind of, if you as council members think that with this additional work that we're doing on the project, that a higher level of technical information that's more complete in terms of having additional information on alternative funding sources to assist with the project implementation and additional information on project design. If you think that having that information wrapped up and in hand would be better before making this fee adjustment, then that would be the reason to go with what the contractors are requesting. If you're reasonably of an opinion that while that additional information may kind of wiggle the numbers around one way or the other, but it's probably not going to be dramatic, and that, you know, where we're at right now is reasonably close to where we're going to be in the future, that would be the reason to go with the recommendation in the staff report. The big variable in there, I don't think the $40 million project is going to turn back into a $25 million project. So I'll say that. I think the bigger question is whether or not there are other sources of funding that can be brought to bear on the project that could be significant, such that, you know, the AB 1600, even if it's a $40 million project, if the AB 1600 traffic impact fee component is 25 million, but that, gee, we've got a reasonably confident line on another 15 million from somewhere else, and that we could reasonably get to that point, you know, through the rest of the study. I think that would be a reason that you as council members could feel comfortable going with the CAT recommendation and holding off on the bigger adjustment. So I'm not sure if that's helpful or not, but that was kind of how I was thinking about it. And then I think if you're not quite sure, then you could, you know, take an average and split the difference, because maybe it'll work out that way, maybe it won't, right? So
maybe, Mayor, if I can just clarify a little bit too, technically and legally, you can always collect less. So we don't need to be able to articulate a mathematical equation for how we came up with a fee. Right. We need to be able to show that we can at least spend what we have collected. So if you were to try to meet in the middle somewhere, we wouldn't be required to show an equation of how we got there. We'd just be able to show that we have projects that at least require that much funding.
Yep.
So if you take out maybe some of the linear conversation that Dan was talking about, technically you could fall somewhere in the middle if that's what the council felt comfortable doing, and you'd have enough justification for that.
That's helpful. Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi, I saw your hand go back up a little while ago.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I wanted to maybe just add two things. One is, you know, to Councilmember Zabriskie and also to your comments, Mayor Henderson, I think on the alternative transportation front, and even though, yes, whatever money's collected, whether or not they go to a road or not a road, will get spent on something. I would say that the both federal and state funding for alternative transportation and other modes of operation are significantly more robust and should probably be continuing at levels that we haven't seen before, versus the types of monies available for new road construction. So that would be one point of, hey, we really don't need, you know, we're not going to miss $300,000 or $400,000 necessarily over the course of, 25 years. The second thing I'd like to remind the five of us of is how much we struggled to even award this contract the first time around. If you all remember, we all sort of sat there like, really? We're going to go spend a couple $100,000 on what? A road that's going to go where? Why? How? We were barely on board for even commissioning this study. So I just caution us at a 30% increase to a fee where the cost of construction is already through the roof. People are already sort of at their wits' end in this industry. Inflation is at an all-time high. I just don't think it's the right time to be going after a fee increase of this type of amount. And, we all are incredible fiduciary stewards of our community's budgets. And honestly, that's going to continue. It's going to continue whether or not, those of us are here or not, because we have such great institutional strategy around that. So I would just really caution you to make sure that you're aware of the amount, both at a single DUE level, but also at a percentage level, and not only the amount that's going to be costed into this, but also sort of the precedent it may or may not set, along with sort of the memorializing of this roadway, which is not going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, most likely. It's probably going to increase them, and all of the other decisions we've made to get to this point. So just as a second argument from my end, but I'm still on board with Vice Mayor Romack at this time in terms of let's just move forward with the inflationary increases and punt this to next year. Thank you.
I do recall the struggle that we had in passing this contract, and because all of us were kind of like, what, why? But there was incredible outcry from the Tahoe Donner community, and they are at least 50% of our population or housing stock, if not more. And I think at that point, that was what made us realize we needed to continue down the path of understanding either the positive or the negative impacts of this. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of negative impacts that are going to have to be mitigated if it's constructed. And the idea is that those would offset some negative impacts on Donner Pass Road. But we don't have the information at this point in order to make that decision as to whether or not, which one is the lesser of the two evils. So we've gone down this path to discover that information. And that's where we are today.
I'm willing to discuss a compromise with the other two members of the council that want to go for the full amount, or with all five of us.
I'm absolutely open to that. Council members Pallavi and Vice Mayor Romack, excuse me, are you at all interested in having that conversation, or you're not?
Thanks, Councilmember Pallavi. I understand the thought, and as Dan said before, once we get more information, this project's not going to go back down to $24 million. It's going to still be higher. We probably will have to, continue to increase these rates. And it's this 30% right now, as Councilmember Pallavi said, with construction costs, everything else going up. I hear from folks that, again, we're going to talk housing in a bit, and we're trying to come up with ways to help with our housing issue. And if we're adding a 30%, cost to this impact fee, yes, it's not huge, and in the full scope of the project, it's not, a giant number. But again, when we're looking at ADUs that maybe are 750 square feet that would still have to pay it, I just want us to be cautious of that number right now, and raising it so high. So, I wouldn't be opposed to going a little higher, but I'm also kind of thinking where Dan's coming from is it would be nice to have a technical or logical reason to tie it to that number, and we don't really have that. So, I guess the more I think about it, I think I'm just more comfortable sticking with inflationary at this time, because, if we're saying 15%, where is that coming from, and why are we choosing that? I don't know. So I'm more comfortable saying at the inflationary rate, open to hearing from as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Romack. Councilmember Pallavi, it looked like you might have wanted to respond as well.
I'm sort of still with Lindsay on this one. I sort of don't find a lot of justification. I mean, sure, 7%. I don't know what your number is, but I mean, 5% is huge. Like, that's already a lot, you guys. I'm not sure what worlds we all live in, but like a 5% inflationary increase is pretty freaking big. And I just feel quite strongly that is a fairly monumental fee increase as it is in the scheme of things. And I mean, am I willing to go to 7? Sure. do I have any reasoning for saying no to 10? If it's 30 or 10, I guess I'll go with 10. I don't know what you want from me, but I'd rather wait till we have the data to be able to make a real decision on this one. I feel like we're going to bat around 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 and 15 for 20 minutes, and it's not really the best use of our time. So throw something out there, Councilmember Zabriskie, knowing I'm not really willing to go much above 7.
Cut it in half. Meet in the middle.
What did you want?
Councilmember Zabriskie, can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, meet in the middle between the 7% and what staff's recommending.
Meet in the middle? No.
Yes, between the 7% that you would like and staff's recommendation.
Well, I'd really like the 5. So I guess if you want to go 5 to 30, then the middle is what, 20, 17? Yeah, I wouldn't support that. So I apologize. I'd said the maximum I would support is 7.
Councilmember Zabriskie, you were just on mute. Did you want to say something in response?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Klostad, did you have anything else?
I absolutely actually agree with both David and Lindsay on the monumental impact of this. I also don't feel like it's fair for us to pretend that this project doesn't exist. Like I said, I think we have 3 choices here: either abandon the road, find another funding source, which we can't guarantee in this moment, or rip off the Band-Aid and increase the 30%. And I just don't see the other 2 as real choices. So,
and the only reason why I see the potential under other funding sources is we have 15 years to find other funding sources. This isn't even in our 5-year CIP for any type of thing other than a study. Let's just be clear about that, everybody. Like, we haven't actually talked about building this road for what, 10 years?
Yeah,
it's a lot of days to find other funding sources, just to be clear.
But it's in our general plan. And so for us to not plan for it when we are planning for it, that doesn't make sense. We have to choose one or the other. We're either planning for it and we're financially planning for it, as well as planning for it in our circulation element, or not.
And I guess in that vein, I'd rather see 5% over 10 years than 30% back to 1%, 2%, 1%, 1%.
I see.
I guess that's where I'm coming from, is I'm looking at a stepped increase to the fees rather than a huge, drastic monster increase. And when inflation slows down, then we can go back to 5% increases and we'll get there.
I think it's going to take us a long time before inflation goes down. But I'm not an economist. And I think the other thing that we need to keep in mind here, Paula, you and I have been real advocates for going out and supporting tax increases and bond measures. And this would be a really tough one to pass. We know what it's like out there to get Measure K and Measure T passed. And now we're starting to talk about Measure R. And this would be a tough one. How do you sell a road? I just really don't think we're going to have a huge success in accessing that type of funding. So it looks like it's indentured to, or the traffic impact fee is indentured to this project, which I'm not supportive of. I don't like that at all, but that is, unless we're willing to make a different decision on what we're planning for in the future with the general plan, that we're kind of stuck with this.
So we can go back and forth. I don't know if anybody has anything else they want to add that's going to change anybody's mind. I mean, I'd be happy to make a motion that as probably in the minority support, but happy to make a motion regardless. Otherwise, somebody else should take the lead.
All right. Well, let's have a motion on the table.
Okay. I'll put a motion on the table. And we don't have our lovely way of seeing what my motion is, but I'll go to that inflationary motion, Becky, if you'd go to the alternative motion. Yeah, that one. So this is our public hearing. I'll make a motion that we're having a public hearing, and I will make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-06 to retain AB 1600 fees in excess of 5 years, adjust the AB 1600 fee from $63.46 to $67.99, and adjust the facilities fee upward by 5.8%.
I will second.
Thank you. And Sarah, I think it's appropriate to do a roll call vote on this, if you would.
Yes, I'll do a roll call vote. Thank you, Mayor Henderson. I think I heard Vice Mayor Romack second that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mayor Henderson?
No.
Councilmember Klobstad? And Councilmember Zabriskie?
No.
Councilmember Klobstad, is there no response?
No, I'm sorry.
No, okay, just confirming. Thank you.
Okay.
It was a sad no, but it was a no.
We all are affirmative based on our motion, I guess.
We would still need a motion.
Okay, so I'll make another attempt at a motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Klobstad.
Where did it go? There it is. So we've held our public hearing. We're going to adopt resolution 22-06, making the findings to retain AB 16 fees collected in excess of 5 years, and adjust the AB 16 traffic impact fee from 6,346 DUE to 8,264 DUE to reflect the increase, and adjust the facilities impact at 5.88% to reflect inflationary cost adjustments.
Councilmember Zabriskie, would you like to second?
You don't want to do it?
Oh, sure. I will second. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, Council, I'll do a roll call vote on that. Okay, Councilmember Pallavi?
No.
Vice Mayor Romack?
No.
Mayor Henderson, I have you as a no. I'm sorry, in supportive, I apologize.
Thank you. That's okay.
Councilmember Klobstad?
Yes.
And Councilmember Zabriskie, I have you as the making the motion.
Well, I vote
Sorry, that
yes,
was on a close vote. I apologize.
Yeah.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yes.
That's a yes? Okay.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for doing this. I know this is a little tricky in our virtual world. I just want to thank everyone. I know this one is really, this is hard. As some of my fellow council members said, it's painful. I fundamentally feel like this was a really, really challenging one, and the diversity of opinion on the council reflects the diversity of opinion in our community. With that, though, the motion does pass 3-2. So we will move on to one of our large items for the evening, 7.2. We have short-term rentals, the program study, and the recommendations for ordinance updates. We're going to begin with a staff presentation. We will have time, of course, for public comment right after council member questions. So with that, we actually have a couple of staff members with us this evening. Hillary, Isaac, and Angela, I think you're all going to be here to present and or to at least answer questions. Is that correct?
That's correct. We also actually have a couple more. We have Rosie and Laura joining us as well.
Great, thank you. And just before you move into your presentation, I want to just let my fellow council members know. So right after your presentation for council questions and then deliberation, Council Member Pallavi, I'll start with you if that's amenable to you. I'll then move to Council Members Klostad, Zabriskie, and Romack.
Great. Let me share my screen and we will get started. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Our next item is a presentation on the short-term rental program study and recommendations for STR ordinance updates. First, where are we in this process? It's been a long one. So just stepping back to look at the timeline. In October of 2020, Council adopted Truckee's first short-term rental ordinance. That ordinance focused on addressing nuisance issues associated with STRs by requiring operating standards for things like parking, garbage, fire safety, and occupancy limits, and establishing a framework for annual registration and enforcement. At the time this ordinance was adopted, Council provided direction that they intended the STR ordinance development to be a two-phase process. Council directed staff to implement the 2020 ordinance for 1 year and report back on results, at which point Council would consider whether to take further steps to manage the use of STRs in Truckee. These new requirements went into effect on January 1st, 2021, so we're now just past that 1 year mark. On September 28, 2021, your council adopted an urgency ordinance creating a 45-day moratorium on the issuance of new STR registration certificates. This action was in response to the increasing housing crisis and scarcity of housing that is affordable to the local workforce, in order to allow time for the town to study the relationship between STRs and our housing market and consider potential updates to the STR program to help address the housing shortage. On October 26th, Council extended the moratorium through June 15th, 2022 to allow time for the town to complete the study process. And then this fall, a stakeholder advisory committee worked with staff to complete a study of STRs in Truckee and develop recommendations for Council. Tonight, we'll be presenting those recommendations from the advisory committee process and seeking Council direction on ordinance updates. Following that direction, we anticipate bringing an ordinance back to Council for consideration this spring. So how did we get here? We know from the 2021 Mountain Housing Council Housing Needs Assessment that we have an estimated need of nearly 2,500 additional full-time resident housing units in Truckee. The pandemic has only worsened Truckee's already significant housing shortage. Real estate prices have increased dramatically. In some housing units previously used as long-term rentals are no longer available as such, as use has changed. The results have had a significant impact on both our businesses, as businesses and employers are unable to fill positions due to the high cost of housing, and community impacts as residents are unable to find stable housing. The town is aggressively working to address our housing challenge on multiple fronts by supporting development of new income-restricted housing and implementing innovative programs like the Workforce Rental Grant Program, grants and loans to support development of accessory dwelling units, and the below market rate deed restriction program, which is currently being developed. Council directed staff to undertake this study process to see if there are additional measures we can take at this time to manage our short-term rental program in a way that is complementary to our other housing program efforts. Since October, we've undertaken a multi-pronged process to better understand the landscape of existing STRs in Truckee and lessons learned from other jurisdictions. We've also gathered community input and the committee developed recommendations. We'll walk through all of these steps tonight. The town convened an advisory committee to help consider short-term rental management options and develop those recommendations. The committee's composition was purposeful to capture a broad spectrum of stakeholders that would be affected by any changes to the STR program, including representative categories who both are and are not financially or operationally involved in short-term renting in Truckee.
I'd like to thank our advisory committee members for their time and dedication to driving this process. The committee met 3 times over a 3-month period. They reviewed and discussed data, considered management options, and ultimately identified recommendations. The advisory committee agreed that their goal for the study process was to proactively manage the short-term rental registration program as a tool to help maintain the supply of housing that's affordable to the regional workforce. The committee also acknowledged that the original STR ordinance goals are still relevant and would be considered throughout the process. Now digging into some of Truckee's STR data. I'll provide a summary of some of the key data points considered, but there's significantly more data provided in attachment 4 of the staff report if you'd like to dig deeper. At the end of 2021, we had 1,255 short-term rentals registered in Truckee. That represents 9.2% of Truckee's total housing stock. 9.1% of our single-family homes and 11.1% of multifamily units are registered as STRs. This provides an overview of the types of units that are used as STRs. The vast majority, 84%, are single-family homes, but there are also condos, townhomes, ADUs, and a few apartments registered. We also took a look at the bedroom count in short-term rentals. While Truckee does have a number of larger homes rented, 66% of STRs are 2- and 3-bedroom homes. We investigated the estimated home values of registered short-term rentals. This data set shows that 31% of the houses used as STRs are valued under $900,000, which the advisory committee identified as the category most likely to be achievable as workforce housing. Looking at the number of nights rented indicates that the largest segment of homes are rented between 51 and 75 nights a year. 48% are rented under 75 nights a year, and 23% are rented over 125 nights a year. This graph looks at transient occupancy tax collections for STRs and the number of STRs collecting transient occupancy tax over time. The blue bars here show the number of STRs remitting transient occupancy tax. From 2014 through 2020, we saw a steady increase in the number of active STRs. This past fiscal year, when an annual registration requirement went into effect, we experienced a decrease in STR numbers for the first time. The red line shows the transient occupancy tax collections over time from short-term rentals. As the number of registered STR properties increased over time, so has the cumulative amount of TOT each year. It's noteworthy that in fiscal year 21, as the number of registered STR properties decreased, the TOT remittance actually increased from 2.5 million to 3.3 million. And finally, this graph shows the percentage of registered STR properties in each major neighborhood, proportional to the total number of housing parcels in that neighborhood. While STRs are in different concentrations in different neighborhoods, you can see here that they are located throughout Truckee. The highest concentrations are in Old Greenwood, which is the green bar here, Deerfield and Boulders, which is yellow, and Tahoe Donner, which is the orange bar. Now I'll turn it over to our Civic Spark Fellow, Isaac Landman, to summarize our research on other jurisdictions.
Thanks, Hillary. So I'll briefly discuss the research staff conducted looking into other communities and the takeaways that we created from them. Staff researched the STR management frameworks used in the jurisdictions that you see listed here. We chose these communities because of the wide range of STR management tools that those jurisdictions use, and these jurisdictions are much like Truckee in that they have high levels of visitation. Our goal was to gather information on how other communities regulate their short-term rentals and what sorts of effects these regulations have had. Through interviews and research, we focused on developing an understanding to the answers of 2 questions. The first is what enforcement lessons have these jurisdictions learned from their experiences in implementing their own short-term rental ordinances? The second question, if and how those short-term rental ordinances have affected both the affordability and availability of workforce housing in those jurisdictions. Next slide, please. So after interviewing officials from 7 jurisdictions, we came away with some meaningful insights. The first lesson was that establishing a cap helps to maintain a balance between a community's short-term rental units and non-short-term rental housing, preventing an escalation or worsening of a workforce housing shortage. The second takeaway is that prohibiting short-term rentals in multifamily housing can help maintain those units as options that are accessible and affordable as workforce housing. The third lesson is that regulating the number of nights a property is rented per year can be challenging to enforce. And fourth and finally is that regulations based on primary residency can also be a challenge to enforce. Back to you, Hillary.
Thanks, Isaac. The advisory committee also considered the relationship between SDRs and housing markets. Economist Erin Nussain from BAE Urban Economics, who's a Truckee resident and was a member of our advisory committee, presented findings from a literature review BAE completed this fall for Placer County, which reviewed 16 contemporary academic studies about the relationship between STRs and housing markets. These studies consistently found statistically significant relationships between proportionate increases in the number of STR listings and the availability and pricing of both rental and for sale long-term housing. And to be clear, STRs are not the only driver of housing prices and housing availability in Truckee. There's significant demand for housing in Truckee, and we know that that would exist even without short-term rentals. Over the past 2 years, COVID has played a very significant role in Truckee with our housing market. That said, the advisory committee recognized that there is a relationship that exists between the prevalence of STRs and our housing market, and that was an important consideration as they looked at management tool options. After reviewing tools used in other jurisdictions, as well as brainstorming additional ideas, the advisory committee developed this list of tools for consideration. The first is a townwide cap on the number of short-term rental registration certificates. The second is establishing a waiting period after a home sale before the property is eligible to register as an STR. Third, capping the number of days a property can be rented per year. Next, establishing STR caps by neighborhood or prohibiting STRs in certain neighborhoods. Next is restricting locations by zoning. Then establishing distance requirements or buffers between short-term rentals. Creating a tiered registration system based on home occupancy limits, or restricting or phasing out short-term rentals in multifamily dwellings. In the committee's discussion of management tools, 4 overarching considerations emerged that significantly influenced the committee's discussion and recommendations. So I just want to highlight those here. The first is fairness and equal opportunity. Committee members tended to shy away from recommending that certain neighborhoods, zoning districts, or home sizes can short-term rent while others cannot. Rather, the committee preferred management options that would continue to allow short-term rentals in the zoning districts were currently allowed and limit the overall short-term rental program. The second overarching consideration was market uncertainty. Committee members recommended that policies should be targeted to reduce the extent to which a property's anticipated immediate short-term rental revenue potential drives up home prices. A cap, which ultimately will likely result in a wait list, and a waiting period after a home sale are both attractive to the advisory committee for this reason. Third consideration was enforceability. The committee initially considered but determined not to recommend regulations based on the number of days rented per year. While other communities have such regulations, research on those communities indicates that there's not a fail-proof method to easily enforce this type of regulation. Additionally, committee members noted that establishing separate regulations for primary residents creates a loophole that could also be challenging to enforce. Now, finally, provisions for full-time resident at short-term renting. Considering opportunities for full-time resident rentals has been brought up frequently throughout the STR update process from multiple community members through public comments as well as through the survey, and we have definitely heard you. This was considered by the advisory committee. I want to highlight that there are two different types of rentals that primary residents can participate in. Full house rentals, which are considered short-term rentals, and rental of a single bedroom. The short-term rental ordinance does not apply to single bedrooms that are rented by a primary resident when the homeowner is present. Under Truckee's development code, such rentals which are often considered hosted rentals, are considered a form of bed and breakfast and are not subject to the regulations of short-term rentals. Those types of rentals, so single room rental, are required to register with the town to pay transient occupancy tax, but they are exempt from other STR regulations. The advisory committee supported continuing this type of narrow single bedroom rental exemption to provide full-time residents an opportunity to offset the cost of housing. With regards to full house short-term rentals, the advisory committee did not recommend a separate pool of registration certificates for primary residents or an allowance for primary residents to short-term rent outside of a town-wide cap number. Instead, the committee members recommended that all homeowners should be subject to the same regulations for short-term renting. Committee members discussed that short-term rental management tools should aim to change investor behavior so that full-time residents can compete in the housing market, rather than creating a system whereby homeowners need to short-term rent to afford housing. With these considerations in mind, the committee recommended 3 management tools for council. The first is to adopt a townwide cap on short-term rental registration certificates. As conceptualized by the committee, once a short-term rental certificate would be issued, the certificate would be available to be renewed annually. A registration certificate would then be canceled when a property changes ownership. The town would establish a wait list and issue new registration certificates as available based on that wait list. Finally, to ensure that inactive registration certificates are turned over, committee members recommended establishing a minimum number of nights rented per year. If a certificate holder did not use their permit this minimum number of nights, as determined by tax returns, they would not be permitted to renew the following year. And that just ensures that there's some turnover if a permit is inactive. The second recommendation is to phase out short-term rentals and multifamily dwellings. The idea behind phasing out multifamily dwellings is that these units tend to be the most affordable for workforce housing. It was discussed that the town could phase this in over time as properties transfer or homeowners opt not to renew, essentially grandfathering in current multifamily STR operators. And the third recommendation is to establish a waiting period after a home sale before the home is eligible to register as an STR. A waiting period is intended so that a prospective home buyer cannot rely on immediate short-term rental revenue to offset the cost of a home purchase, which tends to drive up home prices and make it difficult for full-time residents to compete in a tight housing market. The waiting period also very clearly communicates to potential home buyers that there's a period of at least X number of months before they would be eligible to register, and that communicates that a bit more clearly than simply a wait list. While the committee did not come to a final decision on the length of such a waiting period, recommendations ranged from at least 1 to 2 years, with the acknowledgement that the longer the waiting period, the greater the impact would be on the STR market. on the housing market. As a next step after the community developed recommendations, we conducted a community survey to gather feedback. And I'll touch on just a few of those questions, but again, the full survey responses are included in the staff report. The survey received over 2,300 responses, representing a broad range of stakeholder perspectives. When asked whether they support the recommended cap on STR registration certificates, 55.9% supported the recommendation, 33.3% did not support, and 10.8% were neutral. Regarding the recommendation to phase out STRs in multifamily housing, 45.9% support, 31.9% did not support, and 22.2% were neutral. And finally, for the recommendation to establish a waiting period after a home sale, 54.7% supported the recommendation, 32.9% did not support, and 12.4% were neutral. In addition to the 3 management tool recommendations, the committee also recommended that the town consider developing a new incentive program to leverage a limited pool of registration certificates as an incentive for the development or procurement of new workforce housing units. We're calling this program concept the Workforce Housing Advancement Program. This idea is presented here as at an early conceptual level. If council directs staff to pursue this concept, staff would work to further develop the program details. The overall concept is that a housing developer or STR operator could approach the town to propose deed restricting 1 or more housing units for workforce housing, and those could be newly constructed units or existing units that are not currently workforce housing. In exchange for doing so, they would earn the ability to access an agreed to number of STR registration certificates for an agreed to period of time. The workforce housing unit or units created would not need to necessarily be geographically co-located with the property that ultimately uses the STR registration certificates. And I'll run through a few different ways that this might work. For now, staff is referring to this agreed to ability to access STR registration certificates as a token. And in explaining this, it's important to note that a token is not the same as an STR registration certificate, although it would entitle its owner to a certificate. The first component of the concept shown here is that an interested party could create a workforce housing unit to earn 1 or more tokens. The tokens would be approved for a set number of years, and each token would entitle the token holder to an STR registration certificate for that period. The token holder would still need to come to the town to use that token to complete the annual registration process so that the town can ensure that the STR meets all STR operating requirements. A second component of the proposed concept is that tokens would be transferable between properties. So the token holder could use it to receive a registration certificate for property A. Then when they decide to take that property off the STR market, could contact the town, cancel the registration certificate for property A, and apply that same token to a registration certificate for property B. And a third proposed component recommended by the advisory committee representatives is that the token would be transferable. So a housing developer could earn a token and sell it to an STR operator or property management company, for example. One of the reasons the advisory committee members recommended transferability is to increase the value of the token. By maximizing each token's value, the town would be better positioned to leverage a limited number of tokens for the maximum number of workforce housing units. So how would Workforce Housing Advancement Program tokens relate to the overall cap on registration certificates? The concept would be, over time, to move from the current number of 1,255 registration certificates to a count of 1,000 regular registration certificates and a pool of approximately 255 workforce housing advancement tokens. This transition could be phased in over the next few years with attrition in the STR program. Staff recommends that council provide initial feedback to staff on whether to pursue development of this incentive program concept as described. If council would like to pursue this type of program, staff recommend working with a consultant to develop evaluation framework and program guidelines for this program. Staff would then anticipate bringing these details back to council for consideration during summer of 2022. In putting together this staff report, staff identified a few additional topics for consideration that were not specifically discussed with the advisory committee, but that staff recommend are consistent with the direction of the committee's recommendations. The first is addressing penalties and fees. To complement and help enforce the registration certificate cap, staff recommend increasing the penalty for advertising or renting an STR without a registration certificate. That is specifically because once a cap is in place, not everybody who would like to receive a certificate will be able to, so there may be significantly more incentive for homeowners or property managers to rent without the proper certificate. Additionally, the current ordinance does not clearly specify the town's authority to charge inspection fees. Staff recommend adding an inspection fee for inspections conducted in follow-up to a citation for violating the ordinance. Second, consistent with the committee's recommendation to phase out STRs in multifamily housing, staff recommend considering doing so for accessory dwelling units, which also tend to be more affordable as workforce housing. As with multifamily, if council chooses to adopt this change, it could be phased in over time as properties transfer. Finally, staff recommend establishing an annual registration deadline. This would help facilitate the waitlist by providing a date certain after which any certificates that are not renewed would be turned over to prospective operators who are on the waitlist. With that, we've provided a couple of summary slides to help facilitate council discussion. So here we have a summary of the 3 advisory committee recommendations. And here are the 3 additional considerations as well as the incentive program concept. And finally, staff's recommendations are to provide feedback on the short-term rental study and recommendations for updates to the short-term rental ordinance, and provide directions to staff regarding the concept for the new registration certificate-based workforce housing advancement program to incentivize new workforce housing. And that's the end of our presentation.
Hillary, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of the work that you've done and many of our other town staff have done, and really want to thank the committee and the community. We got over 2,000 responses on our community survey, so I'm very appreciative of all the feedback. Before we go into questions, I know there's going to be a lot, and I know we have several people in the waiting room for public comment as well. So we're going to take our break just a couple of minutes early this evening. We usually break at about 7, because then I think it'll just make it a much more cohesive question and discussion for us all. So with that, let's take 10 minutes right now. I have 6:53 on my watch, so we'll come back at 7:03. Good evening, everyone. We're all back, so we are going to jump right back into item 7.3. We're going to have council questions. We're going to move into public comment and then deliberations. Before we do that, I did prepare some remarks that I wanted to share with everyone before we dive into this. First, Hillary, I know I said this earlier very briefly, but I'm very appreciative of your work and all of staff's work on this. You've moved forward incredibly promptly on this. We only extended our urgency ordinance on October 26th of this past year. So I personally am very encouraged to see the tremendous progress that's been made on this very complicated community issue in such a short time. And I'm sure that our public is also very encouraged by that. I really do want to thank our STR committee. They put in a lot of time. It was, the time in the committee meetings, of course, but a lot of time doing research, reading the reports, reading the different studies that were brought forward. So thank you to everyone for your insights. I think that our 2,000 community members who filled out our survey, it might have been an all-time high for survey feedback on a community-wide issue. So again, thank you to everyone who did that. Before we move into our council questions, I want to provide just a little bit more framing. I want to say very explicitly from the front, we're not here tonight saying that STRs are inherently bad or inherently good. This isn't a local versus tourist issue, which we did hear in some of the dialogue around this. We're really here to discuss the merits of different ways of regulating STRs. And all of that is really with the vision of doing what is best for our community as a whole, with that goal of proactively managing our STR registration program as one of several different tools to help maintain the supply of local affordable housing, while also balancing the needs of our visitation and tourism economy, which so many of us depend upon. We're going to be discussing tonight whether our council supports additional STR regulations, and if they do, which of those regulations are supported. And as you can see from the staff report in the presentation we just had, there are a lot of different types of management and regulatory frameworks for STRs, some of which have been implemented very successfully in other jurisdictions, and some of which haven't been as successful. We received a tremendous amount of public comment on this topic, both broadly in support and broadly in opposition to STRs and their regulations. I know I've said this before, but I want to reiterate it. We read all of your public comments in advance, and I truly appreciate everyone taking the time to share their perspectives, because our local government truly does work best when all of our constituent voices are represented. I'll also say that I know that this is a topic and this is a conversation tonight that is likely going to be emotional for many, and that's very understandable. We'll have strong opinions on this. I'm sure that'll be reflected both amongst our council and our public. So before we start, I want to remind everyone of the Truckee Way. The Truckee Way states that we treat everyone and their point of view with respect, courtesy, and fairness. We approach issues with creativity and innovation. We conduct ourselves in the town's business according to the highest ethical standards. We encourage the free exchange of ideas and information by open and honest communication. And we believe that non-adversarial dispute resolution results in the most effective community, decision maker, and employee involvement in the town and its future. So I'd like to ask that we all keep the Truckee Way in mind as we move through questions, comments, and deliberations this evening. Okay, I know that was a little bit long-winded. I don't typically do that, so thank you for bearing with me. I thought that was important because this is a really important issue for our community. So with that, we'll start with council questions, and Councilmember Pallavi, I would love for you to kick us off.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Henderson. My questions are pretty brief, actually. I think I've hammered this subject to the end at this point. Hillary, if you don't mind, on your screen, can you go back to the secondary council question slide that you had? Not the one with the cap and the waiting period, but there was another one that had increasing penalties, ADUs like multifamily, and I missed the third bullet on that slide when you were talking about it. and my while you're pulling that up, my question is on the phasing out of the ADUs and treating that like the multifamily topic. Was that an expectation? Because I know we have the after the fact ADU program going on right now. So is staff suggesting to cease the after the fact ADU program or allow a short-term renter with an ADU or with an non-compliant ADU, allow them to come in, allow them to become compliant, allow them to get in the STR waitlist line the first time, as long as they're part of that program. But then as time evolves, that STR permit would get phased out. So should that property sell after it's already been brought back into compliance, that's the point that we would phase out the STR permit for that ADU? Or can you maybe just clarify that number 2 bullet?
Sure. Yeah, let me provide a little bit more context on how ADUs work with short-term rentals now, because it's a little bit confusing. So there's a state law that was passed a couple of years ago that states that any any ADU that received its building permit on or after January 1st, 2020 is not legally allowed to short-term rent. And that's determined at the state level, so the town does not have discretion in that. As part of that, after the fact permits, which means somebody built or converted existing space to an accessory dwelling unit without a building permit, if they come in now to bring that into compliance, that means that they get their permit after that date, after January 1st, 2020, even if the ADU was constructed prior to that date, the building permit didn't exist at that time. So those units also would not be eligible to be short-term rented. So we do have a program right now with the town to help bring those units into compliance. We also have a workforce rental grant program that once they are in compliance, we can provide incentives for that property owner to long-term rent it as workforce housing. But unless a ADU was legally constructed prior to January 1st, 2020, it is not eligible to ever short-term rent. So what the recommendation is to consider those ADUs that were constructed legally prior to January 1st, 2020, and considering phasing out short-term rentals in those units.
And that was just those 9 units that have been identified, correct?
Correct. Currently, the town has 9 that are legally registered as short-term rentals, and all of those had to qualify by being constructed prior to that date set by the state.
Thank you. And then my only other question, and just for all of those watching, I've been involved with the committee and innumerable conversations with individuals and stuff like that. So the reason why I don't have a lot of questions is because I feel fairly well versed on this topic. But the other piece of that is on the token side of things. And just for clarification for the rest of council, are we basically this token concept, which I applaud the depth of information that you've been able to provide after we just had some of these meetings less than a month ago, and it's been actually fleshed out more than I was expecting. So thank you. But this token concept is something we're considering to basically be at council's discretion. So we could create tokens, obviously, by phasing things out. We could also create tokens just by waving our magic wand and saying, we'd like to create 30 tokens starting now, or we'd like to make sure there's enough tokens to equal X, or whatever the case may be. But the token concept is a discretionary concept that obviously will have value on the back end, but on the front end, on the creation side of it, can be established in whatever way we see fit, correct?
That's correct.
Great. Thank you. That's all my questions, and I look forward to hearing from the public and to deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Klövstad, I'd love to turn to you for questions.
Well, I'm really glad you started with Councilmember Pallavi. I want to start by saying thank you to Pallavi and to you, Mayor Henderson, for your above and beyond commitment to this. I know, like Pallavi said, he's spent an enormous amount of time and energy talking about this, as have you. I have not, so I do have a couple additional questions. One of them was the ADU one, and it's interesting that there's only 9. So I guess that would change over with change of ownership, or if for some reason they got their certificate taken away, correct?
That's correct. And I should clarify with that, the town has more than 9 legally constructed ADUs built prior to that date. So right now, we could have additional property owners come in and request an STR permit for additional ADUs. If we implement a cap, they may be subject to a waiting period in order to be able to do so. But council could decide a couple of things. They could decide to allow the existing 9 to continue for some period of time or until those properties sell. They could determine we don't want to add any new ones to this program. So yes. So
a cap on ADU as short-term renting.
Sure, that could be an option, is to say, we don't want to go above our current level of 9, or we want to allow these ones to continue for some period, possibly until the homes sell.
Okay, and so that kind of rolls into the next question, which is about the boulders. We have a lot of short-term rentals in there, but yet that is considered multifamily. So according to this recommendation, we would be phasing that out on a very similar basis. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct. The recommendation would be to phase those out, which is recommended to happen when those properties transfer or current permit holders choose not to renew.
Okay. And then there was there were multiple questions regarding the lodge at Tahoe Donner. And staff, you provided what I thought was a really great response to that I was not aware of. Would you be willing to share that with the rest of council and the public on the unique situation that the Tahoe Donner Lodge is in?
Sure, and I'm actually going to see if one of our community development representatives want to jump in on that, either Danielle or Laura.
Laura, you're on mute.
How's that?
That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to take that question. I did some research on that property when some questions were raised through public comment. So what the history of that is that in 1978, there was a conversion of the lodge to a lodging use that was condos, but there was a restriction on the condos that said that they could not be occupied by full-time residents. So basically, the condos were created, but it was always intended to be a short-term sort of lodging use rather than a residential use. So based on the fact that it's commercial rather than residential, it wouldn't be subject to the multifamily prohibition if the council decides to go forward with that.
Okay, thank you. That was really great clarification. We also had a couple public comments about allowing short-term rentals in specific areas. One particularly detailed comment was about Old Greenwich and Old Greenwood, and as you showed in your presentation, there's quite a few there. And then many of these public comments were referencing other municipalities that had these resort areas, but we don't really have that here. We have all these little sub-communities. None of them are really specific resort areas, but did the committee consider doing anything like that, having certain specific areas that had a higher cap?
The committee did consider that. They considered setting caps or restrictions by neighborhood as well as by zoning. And as I highlighted in the presentation, the committee in discussing that, really fell back on they didn't want to create sort of certain neighborhoods where you could and certain where you couldn't. They really wanted it to be something that was equal opportunity in different neighborhoods and also spread the impact across neighborhoods versus having certain places where they are allowed and are not allowed.
I do recall that in the staff report in the presentation, but I don't think, I guess where I'm more getting at is in these areas that have an HOA that have already said, this is our policy on short-term rentals, and yet we would be doing something different. So the committee did consider those special circumstances and still feels like we should be doing something consistent. And I'm not arguing that we shouldn't, I'm just affirming that was the consensus of the committee, that all areas should be, these regulations should be applied to all residential units evenly across our community, regardless of the special HOA.
That's correct. And there, it looks like Dave wants to jump in on that.
Please do, Dave.
Yeah, and I'm happy to answer any of these questions too, maybe with a little more color sometimes than staff's willing to throw out there. So, I think one of the conundrums and really where the committee specifically ended was it's really hard to pick and choose and slice and dice and not create equal regulation, equal opportunity, but also understanding that the HOA dynamic is simply what it is, right? So I think the HOA dynamics are going to exist alongside and or on top of whatever regulation or not the town chooses to provide. I think one of the big concerns was, starting to slice and dice that zoning map was going to come down to, do we want to create, an STR community? And I think at the end of the day, being Truckee the way that it is, not having a Palisades Tahoe Village, not having a North Star Village, we just have such a different dynamic in our community that we weren't interested in segmenting certain neighborhoods or certain HOAs, in a way that crafted that sort of that dynamic, I would say. And Mayor Henderson or anybody else, feel free to jump in. Does that make sense?
I think that is perfectly well said, and that helps me understand well. Hopefully, it helps the constituents that ask the questions as well. There were some unique circumstances, it looks like, of people that did not have an active permit at the time of our moratorium due to COVID. And I can understand why, if they weren't renting consistently due to COVID, then why would they pay the $400 fee? Do we have any idea how many people we inadvertently shut out with that policy or that deadline? We had at least 3 or 4, and probably even more than that, comments about that.
Yes. I have to pull up the data, but we do have some data on that. Give me just a second.
You can come back to me on that. I guess the bigger question is, depending upon the number of those,
sure.
if they were permits in good standing that just had let their permit lapse, do we as a council want to consider an exception for some of those? I'm just posing the question, not advocating one way or the other.
Sure. So let me address that. I did pull up the data. We did keep track of or estimate the number of communications and calls we got sort of with different scenarios requesting exemptions from the moratorium. So we received approximately 10 communications from parties who said that they had not rented previously or during 2021 because of COVID, but we're now looking to receive the STR registration certificate. There may be others out there who haven't communicated directly with the town, but that's a number that we've received.
Okay, and we would be able to verify that they had a permit in good standing if we were to consider that.
Correct.
Okay. And then the one of the questions is the increase in fees and penalties, and I'll just say I'm in agreement of the penalty increase to I guess, take away the incentive of renting regardless of the fact that they don't have a certificate. The question is going to be, how do we figure out what the right number is for that? And does staff have a recommendation?
I think staff would need to do a little bit more research to come up with a hard number to present when we present the ordinance update. The idea is really to create a penalty that has enough teeth that the penalty is more than the opportunity for revenue. So I think as a next step, staff would look at other jurisdictions and what they have implemented, and we have seen some examples of that, and then do some calculations based off of that revenue potential. Generally, it would be, over $1,000 as an initial penalty, and that would be per violation.
Per night.
Correct.
Right. Because some units rent for $150, but some units rent for $2,000 a night. So yeah, I'm struggling with how we would figure out that number, but I'll let you guys do that. Okay, that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Klofstad. Councilmember Zabriskie, do you have questions? You're on mute, Councilmember Zabriskie.
Thank you. I do have questions. First, I want to echo the other council members in thanking both the mayor and Councilmember Pallavi for the time and effort they put in, as well as the volunteers, Peter Falk, Jim Winterberger, and the others who devoted so much time to what's really an excellent report. Aside from what anyone thinks of the recommendations, the report itself was excellent, exceptional. My first question, I have a few sets of questions. They all relate to comments that were submitted to the council. First, a slide went up summarizing the BAE report, showing a significant correlation between increases in STRs and then home sale prices and rents. The Mountain Housing Council's March 2019 STR white paper had data on a direct correlation between long-term rents and short-term rents. It's essentially showing a net increase in shifts from long-term rents to short-term rentals in Mammoth Lakes, Big Sky, Estes Park, and then they did an independent survey in Crested Buttes. They all showed a direct shift from LTRs to STRs. Did the council or did the advisory committee look at that report and consider those data as well?
As a group, they did not all look at that report. I imagine that some of them did look back at that previous report as part of the process.
Okay. There was also a comment questioning whether STRs were going up over time or staying static. And the staff presented a bar graph, either our last time we visited STRs or the meeting before, showing a jump from 800 STRs to 1600s over the course of 5 years, and then a decline as we came into COVID. The BAE report showed a similar increase following the same pattern. Has staff encountered any data contradicting that increase in STRs over the course of these last 5 years until we hit COVID?
No, as I presented in one of the data tables, we did experience a steady increase in the number of short-term rentals between 2014 and 2020. We did see a decrease in 2021. That decrease corresponded both with COVID as well as with the implementation of our new STR ordinance. So it's hard to parse out exactly what percent of that decrease may have been caused by one or the other. It's important to note that prior to 2021, we didn't require an annual registration. So once you signed up as a TOT payer, transient occupancy tax payer, you were in the system. So we had a number of registered who weren't actively renting. And additionally, you did not need to pay an annual fee to register. So we did have a number who were registered who either didn't rent in a certain year, maybe rented a couple of nights, who once there was an annual fee and requirements on it, may have not registered for that reason.
Okay. And then also, there were a number of comments to the effect that an STR cap would damage the economic well-being of our community, hurt home buyers and homeowners. I tried to find out if there were data supporting that, because South Lake Tahoe adopted its ban and then I think a cap in the central area. Anyway, a ban in all the neighborhoods. And then we have El Dorado County, Douglas County, and then most recently Placer County adopting caps or bans. When I looked at South Lake Tahoe after 2 years, what I was finding on the market data is the home prices increased 21% between 2020 and 2021. And I guess in Truckee, it's gone up 39% year to year. Based on what Chase International, that's where I found the data, Chase International. So I'm seeing increases in home prices, and then reading the studies, they say it's a seller's market. There's great demand, and I'm not seeing the kind of economic harm that's being projected for this cap being reflected in other places. Has staff seen anything indicating
staff has not seen
any devaluation of homes or loss of jobs?
We have not, and also important to note that what is recommended here is not a cap significantly below the current number of short-term rentals, but capping it to help maintain the balance that we have now with approximately the number of units that are currently registered. So we wouldn't anticipate a significant economic impact with maintaining that level.
Okay. And one of the questions I presented in writing, I was asking about the notice period. There was a suggestion, I guess it came from an earlier commenter in the surveys, who suggested a 6-month notice to long-term renters if the owner of the property is going to convert it to short-term rental. I am interested in discussing that. I don't know if it would need to be 6 months, but does staff have any thoughts on that at all? On providing it's normally either 30 days or 60 days to terminate a lease.
Yeah, that wasn't something that was specifically considered by the advisory committee. I would, in a case like this, I would generally look to our attorney to see if there are legal considerations that we need to consider. So, Andy, if you would like to jump in, feel free on that.
Well, Councilmember Zabriskie, could you repeat the question? My kids were trying to bother me to help them take a bath. I apologize.
Sorry, Andy.
You're not helping them take a bath right now?
Not at the moment. No. I told them they had to figure it out for themselves.
Okay. There had been a suggestion that one of the requirements for a new regulation is to require that a landlord give a long-term renter 6 months notice if the landlord plans to convert the property to a short-term rental. 6 months notice of termination. And, it's either 1 or 2 months right now, less than a year, more than a year. Would there be any legal impediment to the town extending the notice period?
I think that could be done. It couldn't be done directly, maybe, because the town can't really regulate long-term rentals very well. But what we could do is require that as a criterion that has to be satisfied in order to get a short-term rental permit. So if it was a property for which had been previously rented long-term, we could require notice or could require proof that notice of that sort had been provided to the tenant. The tricky part, of course, would be verifying that it had in fact been used as a long-term rental.
And then the last thing, Hillary, Council Member Klotstad had mentioned consideration being given to those who had historically short-term rented, but then because of COVID took a time off. What are the pros and cons of trying to give a grace, allow people who were near closing escrow or had not quite submitted an application for a short-term rental? What are the pros and cons of trying to make an exception for them?
Sure, I can speak to that. So the request for an exemption due to COVID was just one of the various requests that the town has received. In tracking that, we've received over 200 requests, and it ranges from COVID to I was about to go into escrow, or I had just gone into escrow, or I went into escrow right after the moratoriums, or any variation thereof, or my home was under construction, so I wasn't short-term renting, but now construction's done and I would like to rent, or economic hardship for various reasons. So we've received numerous requests. So one of the considerations would need to be which types of requests would we consider granting, and which ones might we not consider granting, and how to make that determination. Another consideration would be the number of additional registration certificates that might be issued as a result of granting these exemptions. And if the desire of the council is to cap short-term rental registration certificates at a number right around where we are now or slightly lower, granting exemptions would run counter to that potential option. I suppose it could be considered somehow having those as a preferential category on a wait list. We just need to think about equity and whether that is a reasonable approach. And I also see that Councilmember Pallavi has his hand up and may want to jump in here.
I was just going to add another challenging conundrum that we had with that, Councilmember Zabriskie, is that we did have, what we were calling that rush to the desk, right? So we had maybe approximately 200 people come in right at the last minute. So we've created sort of this, we've created a perfect storm. I think we're all well aware of that. We're all well aware of the issues of those who followed the process and submitted for a permit, not knowing what they were going to do with it, right? And I think when you start to take all that into account, your numbers are up maybe in the 400 range, right? The 200 or so who crashed the counter to get a permit, so they'd be grandfathered in, and then the 200 who weren't paying attention and missed the boat, right? So what you're doing is creating, we'd have to come up with, it'd be a very objective, subjective discussion of how we would create the criteria for who gets in, who do we kick out. And we decide at the committee level, at the very least, we were just like, yeah, we can't, that's going to be too difficult. It's going to be too mushy to even go down that path at this point. So that's part opinion. It's also part reflection. So I'll be clear about that. It's not necessarily based in fact.
Yeah, adding to that just a bit, so we did have 173 additional permits come in at that rush to the counter right before the moratorium went into effect. And another concern that I would raise is just once we create an exemption category, we may have additional interested parties trying to fit that exemption. So we may have many others who may say, oh yeah, COVID, that's the reason, or here are some other reasons why I might try to fit into that category that's been created. So just would be challenging to implement, but is something that could be considered.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Vice Mayor Romack, do you have additional questions this evening?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Pallavi, and staff. I know you've all worked really hard, and all the committee members who participated echo my thanks as well on this topic. One question I heard, and just maybe a little bit more insight, was related to this waiting period. So after you purchase a house, you'd have to wait X amount of time. If we have a cap and there's already a wait list, is it redundant to also have a waiting period, since you might also need to just be put on a waiting list? So just curious if that was discussed, or why there's this waiting period being proposed in addition to having a cap and probably a wait list.
Sure, I can address that. I think there are a couple reasons to consider a waiting period. First is we may not always have a wait list, or the wait list doesn't give you a definitive period of time that you need to wait. So if you look at the wait list and say, oh, that's not that long, maybe it's not as big a deterrent, versus saying, under no circumstances are you going to be able to qualify to short-term rent for 2 years or 1 year after you purchase a property, is a little bit more of a definitive statement and consideration for somebody considering purchasing property. And that was the intent that the committee had in recommending this type of a policy.
And Hillary, I think I'd sort of like Councilmember Pallavi, just added a little context, just a little bit more sort of reflection from the committee. I think as well, it's also another way for a home buyer to become aware, that they can't buy necessarily with the expectation to STR immediately, right? Like that would likely end up in their disclosures, versus them having to call the town to inquire, to get on a wait list. So I do think those are two very different paths.
Thank you. Appreciate that insight. Then also, talked a little bit about illegal rentals, or, people, going outside the cap. How do we currently track down folks that are renting without a permit, and how would we step up those efforts or not if we did institute some of these measures?
Sure. I can start on that, and then Rosie or Angie, if you'd like to jump in, feel free. So we currently contract with a consultant called Host Compliance, who they have a robust system of essentially monitoring and mining all of the popular housing rental platforms to look at who is advertising, and then they have ways to match up those listings with property information to figure out what the addresses are that are being advertised. So we do that on a very regular basis. We're cross-referencing that with our registration certificates to ensure that those properties that are being advertised are registered with the town. We also have a requirement that all advertisements must include their registration certificate number, so that assists with that process. And then our staff individually follow up when we do find those listings that are not registered or that we're unable to match with one of our registrations. We have a process of follow-up and then a fine structure based on that as well. Angie or Rosie, anything else to add?
No, I think that covered it.
Thank you. And then, so I guess kind of adding on to that question is, I think if we establish new parameters, we want to make sure we can enforce those. So does our current staff have the capacity to be able to adequately manage and enforce this program? or do we need to be aware of any additional staffing needs that we might have as we're adding any of these parameters?
Great question. I believe that for the recommendations that are being made here, we would have the resources to implement those. If we did go down the path of requirements based off of tracking the number of days rented, or having a separate registration or program for primary residents, those would both require significantly additional monitoring and auditing. So in that case, we would be looking at what our resource needs would be for those types of programs. Those aren't currently part of the recommendations tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And then Hillary, on the slide, kind of the additional food for thought for council, you mentioned, increasing penalties for illegal rentals. Could we also discuss increasing penalties for nuisance issues? Because I know we still do hear from a lot of folks that are just frustrated with nuisance issues. And one way to help address that is increasing fines. I guess I said fees. It should be fines related to that. Is that an option we can discuss tonight?
Council can discuss anything you would like to discuss tonight. This is really your opportunity to provide feedback on what you would like to see staff come back with in the ordinance.
Excellent. All right, I think that's all my additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad, I see your hand went back up.
Councilmember Romack made me, when you were asking about the tracking of permits and rentals, it made me realize that we're really just looking at those platforms. But do we have a way to track people that are not on those platforms but are short-term renting?
For example, if somebody you're renting out to your friends or colleagues or family without posting any information online.
Right.
Yeah. In that case, that is more challenging to track. Certainly, there are situations where we may get a call from a neighbor or a complaint saying we think that there's an unregistered short-term rental happening here, but that is more challenging to track.
Okay, so that's complaint driven, and then somebody would have to monitor it to figure it out. It does seem kind of like a nightmare.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for that. I only have, I posed this question in advance, and I think that the public listening in would like to hear staff's response. So just, Hillary, if you could chat a little bit about, or anyone who wants to take this one, how we're actually defining multifamily dwellings for the purposes of this.
Sure, and I will kick that one back to Laura, our planner on the team as well, if you're willing to, Laura.
Thank you.
Sure. So the development code has a definition for multifamily dwellings that covers a lot of different types of units. Basically, it's any property that has 2 or more units. So that would include duplexes, condos, townhomes, all of those different types of housing.
Thank you, Laura. I think it's helpful for folks to hear that. Any final council questions? Otherwise, we are going to move into public comment. Okay, with that, I will open public comment. Kimberly, I'll let you sort of run this. I know you gave the overview in the beginning. Just a reminder for anyone, if you just joined a little while ago, you have 3 minutes to provide your public comment. Your audio will be disconnected after 3 minutes. So make sure that you stick to that 3 minutes if you can, and Kimberly will tell the council your name and you'll know exactly when you're up. She'll take you off mute and you'll be able to provide your feedback. Over to you, Kimberly.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Derek, I also am going to apologize in advance if I butcher your last name. Derek Minetti, you're going to be first, followed by Sam Grossberg, and Sean McKay, you're coming in third. Derek, I'm going to unmute you now and promote you to be able to speak.
Hi, thank you very much for your time, everybody, council members, and everybody's research that they've done in a speedy time. Really appreciate it. My family and I are new owners in Tahoe Donner. We entered contract on our dream cabin for our family and our kids on September 23rd of 2021. So it's kind of a difficult time for us, but just starting there, I wanted to just read off a couple numbers that stood out to me while we were going through the presentations and reading through all the research. First off, you guys mentioned that there's a need for 2,469 housing units in town to get to an equilibrium. Those are 2,389 of those are in the 0 to 2 bedroom category, 97% of that entire number. In 2021, there was only 190 homes that match that category that are registered as STRs. It's still leaving us 2,200 homes short of the goal. So it doesn't seem like it's as much of an STR problem when it comes to housing stock as it is a construction and shortage need. Second, as far as nuisances, I know that's a major concern for many full-time owners in the area. By combining the average of 79 nights a year that was in the public survey and the 12,055 registered short-term rentals in 2021, that's a total of 99,145 nights that were rented last year. The town received a total of 373 complaints. Only 214 of those were actually nuisance-based in nature. That's less than 0.25% of all nights rented that received a complaint. Additionally, 7% of all STRs permitted were stated to be in the under $650,000 range. 24% were $650 to $900. That's still only 387 total units that would theoretically be given to the local workforce, still far below the total number needed. I'd like to ask at a minimum that the council honor the transition occupancy tax registration and occupancy standards established in January 2021 and allow anyone who owned a property during the 1-year time period stated in those standards to be eligible for an STR permit under the new standards that will come out. Second, I'd like to ask that anyone who was in contract to purchase a property when the emergency memorandum was enacted be exempt from the rules and have the opportunity to apply for a permit. And lastly, at a very, very minimum, please adopt a financial hardship clause for families like mine that will not be able to keep their home without the help of the STR process.
Derek, 15 seconds.
That's all I got. I just said thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Derek.
Sam Grossberg, you're up next, followed by Sean McKay. Sam, you have permission to talk now. Sam, are you still with us? I just unmuted you. Mayor, I'm going to go to the next participant and leave Sam's hand up in case he comes back.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Sean McKay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sean.
Fantastic, fantastic. First of all, thank you all for your service and support of Truckee. It's really one of my family's favorite places in the world, and we love sharing it with our family and friends. We are one of those small families that bought a tiny little condo in Tahoe Donner Lodge, 490 square feet, and it cannot be used for long-term rentals, as your committee has uncovered. This past year has been really tumultuous for everybody, us included, with COVID, passing of a brother, getting laid off, and luckily we have that tiny condo to help supplement our income. And last year, because of all the turmoil in our lives, we missed the email that said, you need to re-register, right? And so that you can rent. So we went through 2021 actually renting out our condo, and actually rented out really well. And then when we went to pay our taxes, we realized, oh no, we never got those quarterly reminders from the town of Truckee to pay our taxes or our tot. And so, let's reach out to them and pay it now. We reached out to Angela Martin. Angela, you were fantastic. Thank you so much for all your help on the phone with us. And we figured out a way to pay our taxes in arrears. And we just paid all of our taxes from 2021 and January of 2022. And we do not even have a valid certificate to rent, but we did pay the town of Truckee. So what we totally messed up. We missed the deadline to renew, and we really, really need to be able to rent our place. Otherwise, we're going to have to sell it as well. So, we are calling right now to plead with you to give us our certificate back. We will pay. We've already paid. We've paid penalties, and we're paying a lot to the town of Truckee. And, so it's a plea to you all to, make an exception for those of us that,
rely on this.
Yeah, we rely on it, and it was an accident, and we have paid every penalty, and we've paid the town of Truckee regardless of whether we had their certificate or not. So thank you for your time, and it would be lovely to find out before June as well what's going on, because we have rentals that are supposed to come this Friday, and we don't know whether we need to cancel them or not. We would prefer not to, but if we don't hear anything back from you guys tonight, I think we're going to have to start, canceling even more. So that's all I had to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Up next, we have Andrew Hogg, followed by Sam Grossberg, who has sorted out their technical difficulties. So Andrew Hogg, I'm going to unmute you, and then Sam Grossberg, you will be next. Thank you.
Hi, and good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Andrew.
Excellent. Okay, I have some prepared remarks here, which should take less than 3 minutes. First, thank you to the committee for all the time and effort putting together the report on the STRs and their effect on the availability of low-cost housing. Fundamentally, the town report fails to recognize the makeup of housing in Truckee, and specifically the second homeowner market. It fails to understand the main driver behind buying a second home is to use it for personal vacations, and that 95% of owners who STR will not long-term rent if they cannot get an STR certificate. Why? Because they use the home themselves at least once each season. As for the report, there is not a single piece of data in the report that indicates that STRs are a cause of a lack of low-cost housing. Further, there is actually data in the report that shows other locations that have limited STRs and seen home prices increase drastically. South Lake Tahoe and Bellingham, Washington, specifically. Regarding the studies referred to in the presentation, but not in the report, stating that STRs drive up home prices, those studies look at larger, denser locations such as LA, which are not a substitute for Truckee and cannot be applied to our market. You have 3 suggestions for action in the report. Number 1, cap the number of STRs. This will do nothing to remove demand from visitors for places to stay and will cause that demand to be more concentrated in the fewer remaining STR homes. If you live next to an STR, things are going to get busier. Number 2, ban STRs until 1 year after purchase of a home. There is no proof, including in your own report, of any investors purchasing homes in Truckee and STRing them for profit. Given that, according to Truckee's own data, between 10,000 and 14,000 people moved to Truckee permanently in the last 18 months, a 1 year ban will do nothing to make Truckee home prices drop. Number 3, ban short-term rentals and multifamily housing. These are still an average of $800,000 plus and out of reach of many Truckee employees. Banning these will not affect low-cost housing. Finally, STR rooms make up more than 80% of available rooms in Truckee. This includes hotels. If you cap or ban STRs, where will all our visitors stay? The answer, not in Truckee. In summary, the housing issue in Truckee has nothing to do with STRs and will only be solved by the rapid increase in the building of lower cost homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andrew.
Sam Grossberg, you're up next. And then Diane, you will be after that.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Sam.
Wonderful. My name is Sam Grossberg, and I'm a part-time Truckee resident. I participated in the short-term rental program from 2017 through 2020, and I shared my story through public comment at the October 12th Town Council meeting. And I'm returning today to ask the Council to allow past participants in the short-term rental permitting program to renew their permits this year. In 2021, I decided to renovate my house and did not renew my short-term rental permit. I had no idea this might be catastrophic timing. I'm one of the 5 people mentioned in the report who inquired about an exemption to the moratorium due to construction, and one of just 15 people total asking to renew permits from prior to 2021. It'll be a significant financial hardship for me if I'm unable to short-term rent my house this summer and provide no benefit to the town. Financial uncertainty has been a large source of stress for me since the moratorium was initiated. Before I bought my house in 2017, it was a vacation home that was rarely used by the previous owners and mostly vacant. I put a significant amount of time, money, and love into repairing and renovating my house and look forward to hosting vacation guests once again when the town allows me to. The number of people affected by this, as shown in the town's report, is only 15, around 1% of the entire short-term rental stock. The fairness and logic of the exemption for 2021 permit renewals should apply equally to us. We are just a handful of people with bad luck who will be facing significant and arbitrary financial consequences. I do think putting regulations on future buyers could deter purchases that drive up home prices, but locking us out for a year or two, us existing homeowners and permit holders, is unlikely to accomplish the goals of making workforce housing more available. The council was generous to the handful of owners who were in escrow when the moratorium was initiated, and I hope that you can extend the same generosity to all recent permit holders. This is a significant effect on our lives, and I do understand the points about the potential for a stampede, but it's a fixed number of people who are unlikely to change their behavior or increase workforce housing by being penalized for picking the wrong year to take off from the program. So thank you for your consideration. I hope that there's a good discussion about this since it is really important to us, to those of us who are affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Diane, you're going to be up, and then John Falk.
Hello, I just want to say thank you, everyone, for doing all this extensive research on the STRs. And I've been a resident for 24 years here in Truckee, and my husband for 10. And we just started short-term rentaling about 6 months ago on our property downtown in Truckee, and it's been wonderful. And the people that have stayed here have walked downtown. I've watched them and just been so happy just eating and shopping, and it's just amazing. And it's just, I mean, I miss long-term rental, that house, but I have seen so many people be so happy. And I do miss Tony Lashberg, actually, from the town of Truckee, but I'm so happy with Danielle. She's one of my favorite clients in the world. And I do want to say I wanted to do this short-term property management, you know, the right way. And so I hired a local, Tahoe Signature Properties, and they are wonderful. And they foresee everything with the noise, with the trash, with the just everything to make sure everything is run just perfect, which I'm just so blown away. And I wish we can enforce, like, having people, you know, that are managing the properties be local, that know the environment and know our area and are here, and not someone who calls somebody from out of the country or somewhere. And they are just remarkable. And I don't know if we should have people that are local managing our properties, or I'm not sure about that, if that has anything to do with anything. But there's one other thing I wanted to ask. And Coyote Run in the subdivision, and I know Placer County, they kind of came up with their rules, but there is a line divided by our two counties, Nevada and Placer, running through Coyote Run. And I have a client that lives there, and then they're on the Placer side. And one of my clients, she is on the Truckee side, Nevada. So how will you have to deal with that subdivision? How will you have to, if one home is on this county and one home is on that county, if you don't talk to each other and maybe come up with a decision with Placer and Nevada, because we're all so close together. So I'm not sure how that could, be addressed. So that was one of my other concerns about that. And that's about it. But thank you very much, you all, for being here and doing all this research. That's all I want to say.
John, you're up next. And then we're going to have a quick message from our town manager. And then Bryn, you will be after that.
Thank you very much. John Falk, legislative advocate for the Taos Sierra Board of Realtors. I don't have much time, so I can't usually do what I like to do, which is to flesh out everything that I can. But I do wanted to say up front, kudos to town staff for all the effort that they put into this complex and controversial issue, and also compliments to the staff team that put together the report. It's comprehensive. It presents the issues and dissenting positions in a fair and balanced way. So for as much as the organization that I represent disagrees with the direction that this appears to be going, nonetheless, we believe that the process that it's undergone so far has been laudable. To speak directly to the point at hand, we continue to believe, as was stated quite eloquently on page 4 of the staff report, or page 63 of your packet, that STRs are not the cause of, nor is their restriction the solution to, our affordable housing crisis. And based on that premise, we are taking our eyes off the prize. We are spending time, effort, resources on doing something that will have a de minimis impact at best on what we are attempting to achieve. Everyone says that this is not about nuisance, which I thought it was originally, but I was told, no, this is not nuisance related. This is housing, affordable housing and workforce housing related. So setting aside the nuisance issue, then the question becomes one of, will this in any way further that objective? And I think the answer is definitively no. And when you look at the raft of information that's out there, which I can't cite chapter and verse here, but the Mountain Housing Council, I serve on that board of directors. I also served on the committee that developed the white paper. And the white paper is just that. It's a white paper, not a policy paper, because the understanding was, much like I just said, that while there are issues, it's not the major contributor. And so it's not going to be not going to move the needle. And so we decided just to, create a report. I did want to say for a point of fact that while we are concerned about devaluation of property and that governmental action should never be designed to purposefully devalue property, I'm not suggesting that will occur at this time. In fact, the closest example we have is the city of South Lake Tahoe. They have a 3-year ban in place. They're in the 3rd year of that ban, and their prices are up year over year, higher than any other location in the entire state of California. So if you think that banning STRs are going to increase affordability—
15 seconds, John.
Thank you. Much less availability, I can tell you that the most local example will prove you wrong. Please reconsider incentives and vigorous enforcement.
Thank you, John. And thank you again for serving on the committee.
Great. And I just wanted to take a minute and remind everybody listening, thanks for joining us tonight. We do have one opportunity for public comment per speaker. So it's 1 3-minute slot. So if you want to speak twice, we can't accommodate that this evening. So I just wanted to give everybody a heads up on that.
Thank you, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
Bryn, you're up next, and Crystal Baker, you will be following Bryn. Bryn,
Hello,
you should
can you hear
be
me?
free to talk. Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for all of your hard work on this topic. I'm representing East West Hospitality, which is a professional property management company operating in Truckee, largely in the Old Greenwood and Grays Crossing resort community areas, where we manage homeowners associations as well as short-term rental units. The vast majority of the units under our management for short-term rentals are in Old Greenwood, which was originally conceived, designed, built for second homeowners, fractional owners, short-term rentals, and resort tourism-focused visitation. So not permitting STRs in these neighborhoods would not likely accomplish the goals, unfortunately, of any workforce housing. And as longtime operators in the area and the employer of almost 80 local people, we absolutely support operating standards and the overall intention to protect our area and community and increase workforce housing. However, we would like to raise several concerns, one of which would be the exemptions based on either zoning or neighborhood to provide applications for exemptions for residences such as the ones we manage that are located in these resort communities, which would be unlikely to potentially affect workforce housing. Or for those owners with homes that transacted or had special applications for exemptions during the time of the moratorium so that they could receive an exemption. Also consider, please, change of ownership. If you consider incorporating an allowance for future reservations when a property sells, given a time period, maybe 120 days for us to resolve any future bookings. Without that allowance, it would most certainly damage reputation and generate negative feedback for our local vacation rental management companies who have reservations on the books when those residences sell that we can't accommodate. And then lastly, the STR permit cap. Given what we've heard, we'd ask that you consider a cap that allows at least for existing revenue generating inventory plus additional margin for growth and is reviewed annually for this complex subject. We just appreciate all of your support and support the spirit of an STR ordinance. And given the ever-changing nature of our environment, where we just think it'd be prudent to revisit the ordinance and impact regularly to confirm the objectives are being met without meeting unnecessary consequences to tourism and other areas of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Bryn.
Crystal, you're up, followed by Ray.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Crystal.
Perfect. Thank you guys all for your time and commitment to this, the committee. I work for a local property management company. So a small business. It's been in years for 40 plus years. They've been doing short-term rentals this entire time. When COVID hit, they lost about 2/3 of their houses. Not because of the short-term rental permits. It was completely because of COVID. So they've already lost revenue because of that. And now if we have houses that remodeled last year that would like to rejoin back on the program, now that they're done remodeling since COVID hit, they figured that was the best time to do that. And they can't get short-term rental permits right now till at least June 15th, apparently. And now there's talk of a waiting period, which will just hurt us even more. Also, with the talk of the minimum or the night rentals that you're talking about, I feel that that hurts us even more, because we have houses that are homeowners. They like to use their own houses. You know, they like to come up. They've been coming up their entire lives. Many of these houses have been handed down generation to generation. And they want to come up to their family cabin. So the other part of the time, they short-term rent, which makes up for some of the revenue, not all of it. It is definitely not a money-making business on their end. They are still paying on their side too, to be able to come up. And it's just hurting smaller businesses. The requirements that are being suggested are going to make the bigger companies basically drown as smaller companies. So we want you to take that in mind. And I just appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal.
Ray, you're up, followed by Dean.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ray.
Sorry about that. I'd like to thank the council and the committee for all their work on this. And it seems like, there's a lot more work to be done. However, I'd like to bring an opposing or opposite opinion of what's been presented so far based on being a large employer in the area. Over the last year or so, I've had overwhelming response from my employees of how difficult workforce housing is in this area. So for us to consider that housing has nothing to do with SDRs, I bring you facts of we're over 30 employees that have now had to move due to their owners telling them that they were selling and the new owners were going to be doing STRs. So I would encourage the council to survey business owners with medium to large number of employees to get more defined facts on what is actually happening. I am only one employer, and it's hitting me in a very significant way. Second, I would ask that the council to look at how can we mitigate the negative impacts as we look at this issue. It was earlier stated that this is not a local versus tourist, good versus bad, but there are real negative impacts that are taking place. We currently live next door to an STR that has, multiple violations, and we're on a very small street, 7 houses, and they use their house as a business. They are here on a very short-term basis for vacationing, and we see the negative impacts firsthand, urinating, vomiting in the front yard as well as the backyard. So please take a look at why is there a record number of survey responses to this issue. And I believe it's because of the negative impacts that have touched so many residents, locals, employees, etc. I would like to ask the council if any of them have studied what has taken place in South Lake Tahoe, and if they are familiar with Measure T that was brought on by local citizens, which has banned STRs from all residential areas. So in terms of equality, for residential areas, they should not be businesses in the next door to residences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ray.
Dean, you're going to be up, followed by Darren Minette.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. My name is Dean. Thank you for your time and thank you for all your efforts, everyone. I am one of those folks who I own a home in Tahoe, Donner, and I stopped renting it. We've been renting it since we bought it back in 2013, and we stopped renting it COVID right around the summertime. Just to keep everybody safe and all that, we just decided that it wasn't a good idea, and somehow we missed the deadline for this registration. So anyway, we don't have a permit right now, which it kind of stinks, but it's not the end of the world. But it's not great that I'm restricted from renting, and we didn't rent all the time, but we rented a little bit. I can tell you that we would never consider a long-term rental of our home, because we do use it to try to use it as much as possible. So that just is not in the cards, and that would never happen. Before we had the home in Tahoe, Donner, we would come up and we would rent short-term rent, and we've been doing that for like 20 years, and we dreamed about buying a home up there, and so that was part of the allure is going up there, and we have many memories of short-term rentals of different houses all over Truckee. So yeah, the thought of that being stymied for a lot of folks is kind of sad for many reasons. And I think that was just the main comment I wanted to make there, was that hopefully you guys consider those folks that were not renting because of COVID for one reason or another. And you can clearly see those records from people who are filing the tax returns through the transient tax there. So hopefully there's something there done. Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Dean.
Darren, you're up, followed by Damon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Darren. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. Just want to echo the same thanks to the council and everyone who conducted all the research on this obviously very touchy subject. And just want to kind of convey, my perspective and my family's perspective on this situation. And I apologize if I get a bit emotional here, but I've been traveling to Tahoe since I was a child. And it's always been a dream of mine and my family's to own a place in Tahoe, specifically Truckee, to grow and raise our family at least part-time there, because we knew we probably would never be able to afford a full-time residence in the area, just because of property values and where property values in California in general have been going. My brother was the first commenter in the public section of this meeting, and he stated that we were able to purchase a rental, or not a rental, a property in Tahoe, Donner this October. We went into escrow 3 days after my wife and I got married at Palisades at Tahoe, and we were informed of the memorandum to stop STRs about 3 days, I believe, after we released all contingencies on our escrow. All we want is to be part of the community, and we don't feel like we're alone here. We feel there are a lot of people that can only afford to own property and raise their families there and show the experiences of Tahoe to their families by substituting short-term rentals to substitute some of the costs of being an owner in that market. We don't ask and we don't want to be long-term rentals because we want to be able to enjoy the area. We want to be able to use the property and show our family and our kids what it's like to grow up in such a beautiful area. Again, I apologize if that's a bit emotional, but I just want to make sure that you do understand how emotional this can be for some owners. So again, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your research. And I appreciate the very, very hard decisions that you have to make on this situation. Thank you.
Darren, thank you for sharing your story and for sharing your passion and emotion.
Kimberly, are you there?
I am. Damon, you should be able to unmute.
I think Damon fell off. I don't see him.
He's right there in the glasses and the beard.
Oh, wow. I didn't know I was going to be on video.
Sorry, I didn't see him at the top of the list.
I'm going to turn my video off because that's awkward. But hello, everybody. And again, thank you for the council, all your hard work and time commitment, and also to the staff that has put in an incredible amount of work that has helped everybody sort of get a handle on what's happening with short-term rentals in our community. I mean, I think the thing that stands out to me, I've made several public comments to the council over the past few weeks and since this whole process began. I'm a full-time resident. I rent my house out for a couple weeks a year. And I feel like what's happening is there's sort of an oversimplification of trying to put all short-term rental into one category, and it just simply doesn't work. I think we've heard that tonight from the comments of, second homeowners, for example, up in Tahoe Donner that want to come up here with their families. Those people are going to come up and use their houses. They're not taking houses off the long-term rental market. Me as a full-time resident that lives here and rents my house out for 2 weeks a year to supplement income or pay property taxes or whatever, again, that doesn't take houses off the long-term rental market. I think the maybe long-term problem is that, if we have investors that come in that want to rent the house out for 6 months out of the year, that does take a house off of the market. And those are the things I think that we need to be looking at as a town. We have a problem of availability of housing, and short-term rentals is probably a very small component of that. I'd also just like to point out that, increased housing prices in the last 2 years because of COVID, where we've gotten, a doubling of the population up here by some estimates. That increase in housing prices has caused a lot of people to sell their houses, which has taken housing out of the long.
Damon, are you still there?
Looks like maybe we lost connection with Damon. Kimberly, let's go on to the next speaker and we can circle back with Damon if he's there.
Of course, Chris Fowler, and then Melanie, you will be up.
Hey there, how are you guys doing?
Good, thank you, Chris.
Good. Hey, I was just I had something else to comment on, and I'm not gonna, but I was just wanting to go back to the discussion between Andy Murray and Jan about the time period of if there was a long-term renter in a house that was wanted to turn it into a short-term rental after the fact. Is my belief, and I don't think I've never seen the question actually posed before, is that if long-term renter's been in there for longer than 1 year, there are certain just cause reasons to evict someone. And I'd be curious what Andy would have to say is if a landlord intends to, a just cause eviction would be intending not to rent out the property anymore. Does converting it into a short-term rental fall within the just cause eviction reasons? And I think that's all I got. Thank you guys. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Chris.
Melanie, you're up, and then Joe is our last public commenter. I will double check that after Melanie speaks. We just lost Melanie. Joe, I guess you were up next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've been a resident of Truckee for 50 years, and we built a multiple unit, 2 units, back in the late 90s. And as of this year, we've occupied one of the units. And something that I think we're overlooking is that the comment was made that some of the community depends on tourism. I think we all depend on tourism. And it's really important that we support this. I know that being a local for a long time, that a lot of locals complain about tourism, but we need it. And people don't want to come up and rent for more than a couple of days. And I think we'd be just really killing ourselves if we did that. I don't see where STRs affect low-cost housing. Maybe I'm overlooking something. You guys did a pretty extensive study, but I'm reading my notes here, sorry. We use a second unit to accommodate our family. We have a large family, but being retired, it's really important for us to have supplemental income. And we had a short-term rental on a house that we had in a river, down on the river, and it worked really well. We live in downtown now. That's where the duplex is, and it's really convenient for people. So I just would like the council to consider people that are in a similar situation that we are, and when they make the decision, because I think it's a positive thing for the community and the income. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Melanie is back with us, so she will be next, followed by Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Melanie.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Melanie Maharchand of Armstrong Tract. I was on the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee. Thank you for including me as a representative of those who share their homes short-term. I'm also on the Visit Truckee Tahoe board, but I'm speaking here in my personal capacity. Here are some things I think you should take into consideration, and I strongly encourage you to change things on a go-forward basis rather than trying to rewrite the past, which is a sentiment I've heard. It's very wise from Dave Pallavi. I appreciate that. I also encourage you to look at ways of handling our caps and restrictions that are global and do not create winners and losers. Regarding the STR token, this is a great idea, very intrepid thinking. But if there's an overall cap, I think STR tokens should fall outside the cap number. By reducing the number of agnostic or open permits, it creates an advantage for property managers over individuals. And then we could end up in a situation where there's a waiting list for the 1,000 agnostic permits and less than 255 token permits, which is really an imbalanced way of making them accessible. So I think they should be separate. And I don't think that the number of agnostic permits should be reduced. I know that town follows developments with Placer County, who just set their cap at a higher rate than what the number of permits they currently have. There are some other ways I think town should be even-handed in changes. For example, restricting certain types of housing in certain types of neighborhoods creates winners and losers where there was no distinction at the time of purchase. With a cap, you really don't have to start slicing the pie up and down and diagonally, which can have unintended consequences, like capping the overall number of permits, I mean. But however, if you cap the number of nights that could be rented, that will mean people will only rent during the high season, whereas Visit Truckee Tahoe is trying to smooth out occupancy into the shoulder season and have people stay longer, including midweek. And this would completely undermine that kind of smoothing of the town visitation patterns. So I'm glad to see we're not blocking out entire neighborhoods. And for the same reason, I think we should not be distinguishing between multifamily homes and single family homes. So I really encourage you to make one big single change, which can be very powerful, like capping the number of permits and then seeing the result of that. If we make too many changes at once, we won't be able to tell what worked and what didn't. And I also think we need a good way to distinguish between homes that are rented just like an STR, fully furnished, all utilities paid for 30 days so the homeowner can still get access. Right now, there's no way in distinguishing between that type of home and the success of the measures because we can't tell that type of
15 seconds, Melanie.
From workforce housing. Thank you. So please don't create winners and losers, and please find a way of measuring our success carefully and accurately. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie, and thank you again for all of your work on the committee.
Thank you.
Sarah, you're up, followed by Christy.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead, Sarah.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My husband and I have been very disturbed by the overall pattern of the town towards STRs. We bought in 2004, and we were existing investment owners in a residential single-family home in the Santa Clara Valley, and sold it and did a 1031 exchange into a home in Tahoe Donner. We feel that we are legally bound under federal law to keep renting the house. And we started out with the snow leases and did some short-term rentals, but we found that the summer people wanted, most of them wanted a week, and very few ever wanted a month. And we did manage, but it's always been a bit of a loser. And we did go along and register for a permit and the extra fees. And we tried Airbnb, but the cost effectiveness of trying to rent hasn't been that great. And we did go ahead this last year and drop our permit with the town and with a long-term lease. But we rent a 4-bedroom, 4-bath house, and it rents for $6,000 a month on a year lease. So I know that it's not going to contribute to the housing for the town. I'd like to know the average income of the people that want, quote, workforce housing. These people work. They're part of the workforce too, but they're not local workforce. They're internet people more or commute to Sacramento. But I think this whole STR regulation has gone to the point of being unconstitutional against all the things our country stands for life, liberty, and pursuit of justice. We're near 80. We need the income off our house to make it ends meet. And I think that you really need to think about putting a clause in that all 1031 exchanges were businesses and declared as business as a closed escrow. So give a moratorium for the last 20 years, allow them to finish their time for maybe another 20 years before you exclude them from renting. And I don't think you would restrict how many restaurants we have in town. If you decided to restrict restaurants, then we wouldn't need as many workers. Or if you told a restaurant here that they could only rent 2 tables a year or 3 tables a month, that makes no sense. That's what you're doing to individuals. You can hear the tone.
Sarah?
You can hear the tone of the people on these phone calls tonight. It's affecting people's lives and their livelihoods. You as council members aren't going to take a third cut in your pay or only get paid for 40 days a year. You need to think about your effect on others.
That's time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Christy, you are our last public comment, and I'm going to unmute you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Christy.
Good evening. My name is Christy, and I want to thank you for taking the time to hear everybody and for preparing the presentation you did. I have a short-term permit, but I just want to better understand. So I guess I'm asking this of planning. You provided a very good guideline and options for how you would roll out the SDR program or extend the program, if you will. I wanted to know specifically how, and I'm going to ask if they can add this in, how the SDR program, how many housing units will this create? And by capping it and doing the restrictions you have in place, I want to see like, okay, this will create 500 housing, available housing, and just general numbers. If we, cap it and we have it restricted to these units and it's capped for a number of days, I just want to see the 1-to-1 ratios, if you will, so that we can, better understand and be behind this program. And then, the only other concern I was, hearing from the people who spoke in the beginning of the hearing, for those that bought these their homes and their units, and then these SDR fees came into place. If they can't afford them based on the additional income they receive, and this is something I would like to have them address, they will be forced to sell their home. And right now, the housing market to sell homes is really expensive. And so how is selling they're probably going to make a profit, and, but how is selling their second home going to provide additional housing? And if you can, because I didn't get that. It was kind of disjointed when you guys presented that. And so I missed that when I saw that if people can't afford their homes, that they'll be forced to sell their homes with the STR program in place. And if there's a limited, it'll be, I just want to know, I guess I don't see the correlation on that. And then followed by, maybe if this is a short-term solution, you might want to bring into, just speak briefly as like, what is Truckee's plan to actually provide for the long term? Like if this STR program is it a long term, short term? If it's long term,
15 seconds, Christy.
Yep. If it's long term, then how is that going to provide additional housing? And if it's short term, then what is Truckee's long term plan for the housing workers?
Thank you, Christy. Kimberly, do we have any additional public comment?
We do. Mike, you're up, followed by Susie Rowe.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. I didn't intend to give public comment tonight, but I'm extremely frustrated by listening to the overall rhetoric of the public comment that has come prior to mine. I have lived in Truckee for 13 years, full time. And when I say I've lived in Truckee full time for 13 years, I've slept here 350 nights a year. I work in the local community. I manage a local business, and myself and many of my peers are extremely frustrated by the increasing lack of availability of housing. In my 13 years that I've lived here in Truckee, I've lived in 4 different rental properties. 3 of those 4 properties are currently STRs. I'm blessed that I have a place currently in town, as many of my peers have recently been evicted, not evicted, but their leases have been ended unexpectedly in order for those homes to be sold or turned into STRs. I worry if we continue to allow more properties to become STRs, where does this end? Where do true Truckee locals who are not able to own here in Truckee immediately, where do we live? Do we move to Reno and commute? Additionally, the more short-term rentals that are occupied, the more demand there is on our local businesses and our local infrastructure. My business personally that I work at, we struggle to staff every season, and it's becoming more and more emphasized. And I'm not solely pointing the finger at STRs, but I worry if we continue to allow more STR permits in our community, this is just going to exponentially get worse. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Susie, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hi, my name's Susie Rose. Thank you again for to the council and to the staff and to the committee for putting so much time and thought into this effort. I also, well, actually, I guess we haven't heard that many people who are full-time residents who STR their home a handful of nights a year, but I am one of them. We rent for, definitely less than 2 weeks, sometimes even not at all. And it's definitely a great bonus to us to help pay our mortgage and help us go out to eat at the expensive Truckee restaurants. But I'm not actually really calling specifically for myself because I already have an STR permit. I ultimately would not be very affected by anything that's being proposed today. But I do feel like that, as a former caller said, that there's, really kind of different categories of people who are STRing their homes. Some are full-time residents like myself, and not, any regulation on that is not at all going to impact the housing stock. We're hearing tonight from a lot of second home owners who like to come up to Tahoe a lot. And, my sense is that also anything we do for STR regulation wouldn't significantly impact the housing stock for long-term rentals or for, people being able to buy a home. But then there is the category of people who are STRing all the time. And to me, that's the category that I would like to personally discourage, because that could be someone who could long-term rent, or they could, who could long-term rent. And also, I would guess that they're having, a lot of more nuisance issues if they're STRing their home all the time. I read the report, I saw the presentation, and it seems like that the committee and the report are saying, it's too hard to regulate full-time residents. And then there was another comment in the report about the reasoning for not giving a separate set of regulations for full-time residents who STR their home. As it said, STR management tools should aim to change investor behavior so that full-time residents compete in the housing market. And, to me, we've already heard tonight from multiple people that if you're reduce the number of STRs, it doesn't reduce the property values. So that I'm not really sure where that that comment is coming from. And, as far as being too hard to regulate, people have to choose a place to vote. They have to choose a place where they get a, homeowners reduction on their taxes. I just don't think that it would actually be that hard to do. And even if it were, it feels like it would be worth the effort to either give some different category to full-time residents or to limit.
Thank you, Susie. Kimberly, anyone else in the public comment queue?
Yes, Melissa just raised her hand.
Hi there. My name's Melissa, and I'm also just a property manager for my parents' property in Truckee. My family has owned our property since 1998. And we spent the first, decade or so of owning our house using it strictly as a family home. We didn't rent it at all. And then for the last 10 years or so, used actually the long-term rental program just because we weren't personally using the home, but didn't want to sell it. And then recently we moved it over to be a short-term rental just because of COVID and like financial impacts. We were actually about to sell the home, and it was, obviously just a big emotional decision, and for sentimental reasons decided to move it to a short-term rental so that we could keep it. So I guess where I'm going with this is, I see all aspects of the argument here, and we're super, super passionate about maintaining a sense of community in Truckee. We try to keep up with everything going on in Truckee, and, just echoing everyone's sentiment here of thank you guys so much for the information and the work that you guys put around this. And I think, I just want to emphasize that I don't know if it's short-term rental specifically that is driving the housing crisis. I really do think that it's so many other, it's a multifaceted problem, and we're here and open to help in any way that we can. But really, we just want to keep our home, and this is the way that we can keep our home right now. So if circumstances change, we wouldn't necessarily only look at short-term rentals as a solution. So I'd love for us to continue exploring other ways to boost housing opportunities without punishing short-term rentals, because I think there's just so many reasons that contribute to why we created short-term rentals, whether it's for long-term, short-term, everyone has different reasons behind it. So anyway, I think there's just a lot of opportunities for us to look outside of just capping or banning anything around short-term rentals. For example, I do a lot of work to, educate our guests on the town of Truckee, and we encourage going to small businesses and local businesses and supporting businesses around the area. So I think there's a lot of onus and responsibility that the hosts and property managers can take to help boost that in certain ways. And I'd love for us to continue exploring solutions from that angle as well. So that's all I had to say. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you, Melissa.
Phyllis, you are next.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Phyllis.
Okay, good. So I wanted to, I'm a real estate agent in Truckee, and I was also a resident, raised my daughter there. And I wanted to make a comment on two topics. One, I don't understand the logic behind eliminating condos from, or multi-unit properties, eventually, ruling them out or eliminating from the STR process or opportunity. So Truckee is a resort community, and people who buy second homes are often drawn to condos because there's less maintenance, and they're more affordable. And in turn, when if they want to rent them, they shouldn't be singled out just because they chose to buy a condo in a community that, for all intents and purposes, is a resort community. And then the other comment that was made that I kind of scratched my head at is suggesting that we don't really have many resort neighborhoods in Truckee, but Tahoe Donner was developed for second homeowners. And I don't know the exact number, but typically it runs about 75% of the property owners in Tahoe Donner are second homeowners, which in theory constitutes it as a resort community. So those people, it was the purpose of those neighborhoods initially were to cater to second homeowners. And second homeowners have, for eons, rented their homes out, for weekends here or over Christmas in order to subsidize maintaining their home. And then my last comment is on the wait list. Not the wait list, but on the cooling off period. Someone had one of the council people asked a question, suggested that maybe putting a wait period in addition to the wait list that will be automatically created, are, possibly creating, those are two of the same thing. And then somebody said it wasn't, which it is. You're automatically
15 seconds, Phyllis.
Create a wait list, and then if you have to wait a year after purchasing, you could have people who purchase properties on an endless wait list, which is punitive.
Thank you, Phyllis. Kimberly, do we have additional public comments?
Not at this time.
Okay. Well, with that, then, we will close public comment. Thank you to everyone who called in this evening and who came here to express your views and share your stories. We really appreciate that. It is almost 9:00, so why don't we take a short break, and then we can come back to deliberations. I have 8:56. Let's come back at 9:01. Is 5 minutes okay for everyone, or do you need 10? 5 is good. Okay. See you in 5 minutes. It is 9:01. I do understand that we may have one of our public commenters whose audio cut out, who still had a little bit of remaining time. Checking in with Jen and Kimberly, would he like to use the remaining 58 seconds of his time?
Damon, I see that you've rejoined us. You had about 58 seconds left on your public comment before we lost you. Would you like to finish your comment, or did you complete your thoughts? Not seeing a response.
I think what I was going to say has been said tonight. But thank you for the additional time, and I'll sign off for now.
Great. Thank you, Damon.
Thank you, Damon. Okay. Well, with that, we are moving right into council deliberations. Councilmember Pallavi, I will turn back to you, sir.
Okay. Are we ready for that? Here we go. So thank you to all the members of the public, both who showed up here tonight, who are watching at home, who sent us public comments. We know this is a very cumbersome way to interact in the public dialogue, and appreciate all of those who took the time to do it. First thing that I think I want to start with is I believe this is a very iterative process. I think we've taken it pretty slow, as many have pointed out, both in public comment and in general. Truckee's actually one of the last remaining places to not have dealt with the short-term rental issue in the past 5 years. And so I really attribute that to our thoughtfulness and hope that we can affect change where we're looking to affect change and not create punitive penalties for the sake of that. So I personally like to ensure and enshrine an annual review of this program and make sure that this does come back to future councils at an annual basis with an opportunity to make edits if need be, to make changes if need be, and to really look at some of the results that take place, both positive, negative, and indifferent. But I do believe this needs to be an annual review. I'd also like to take a step back just really quickly and echo some of Mayor Henderson's comments. I truly understand that tourism is an important part of our community. It's not the only part, and it's a part we're looking to diversify away from. We've been a very strong construction and tourism economy for years and years and years. Those industries are absolutely not going away. Nobody wants them to go away. But it's also imperative that we start to balance our economic interests. It's imperative that we start to create full-time year-round jobs and create a community that people can stay in all 4 seasons and truly want to be a part of, and help our community both grow, be resilient into the future, and solve all of these really vexing problems that honestly didn't even exist 10 years ago. So there's a lot of evolution going on here. Also, just want to echo the fact that nobody's vilifying any aspect of this. I think short-term rentals are a great way to experience a community. I do think there's value in having a diversity of lodging opportunities for all types of visitors, whether it's a family, an individual, senior. It doesn't really matter. Having a variety of lodging opportunities makes you a great tourism destination, and that is still one of the pillars of our community. We're also headed towards being a sustainable tourism community, and what that means is going to be left to be defined by those in our community and those working in the tourism sector. But we are looking to turn a corner from being a resources extraction type of economy and community, whether that was lumber and mining back in the day, to being just a sort of suck all type of tourism type of destination, into being, at the forefront of what sustainability means within our tourism sector. And I think we're well on that road, and Visit Truckee Tahoe is going to help take us there. It's no longer about bringing as many people to the area as possible. It's about balancing the seasons, balancing our visitation, and balancing the infrastructure and the product being Truckee. That's really important. If you don't have a place people want to visit, they're not going to visit anymore. To me, this conversation is about getting back to balance. It's about giving folks the opportunity to engage in home ownership. I'm very, very clear, and I will repeat it once again, that this alone is not going to solve our housing issues. As many people pointed out, these are state and national issues that are taking place for a variety of reasons. But it is another tool in the toolbox, and we can broken record that all day long, right? Because that is all we do. We are simply creating another tool in the toolbox. It is not a panacea solution. I also want to be very clear. To me, this is a long-term tool. This is not a tool that is going to affect a few tomorrow. I absolutely acknowledge that. But it's going to affect change in the long term. This is going to take time for permits to turn over. If we decide to go with the multifamily route, it's going to take time for attrition to take place. And that's okay. That's a conscious decision we are making. Some of the housing tools in our toolbox can be implemented tomorrow. Others will manifest themselves over the long haul. And to me, that's what this one is. This is a long-term play to unlock home ownership and potentially rentals over the course of the next 3 to 5 years. Nobody, at least I'm not debating that somebody who can't short-term rent is going to long-term rent. I actually believe that I stated that in our first committee meeting. I think it's been repeated throughout. Just because somebody doesn't have a short-term rental permit doesn't mean they're going to long-term rent or sign a lease for a year. But I think there's one key point here. We've created an incredible suite of incentives to allow for lesser periods of rental. So for those who feel left out or weren't able to renew their process this year, I encourage you to look into our 3-month leasing program. We will pay you money to rent your house out for 3 months. You can use your house all the other 9 months out of the year. Sign a 3-month lease, and I believe you'll get upwards of $1,000 in addition to whatever rent you would collect on a monthly basis. So there are tools that we have already been putting in place very consciously and in incredible order in order to allow for a more regulatory approach like what we potentially might do tonight. I think if we do nothing, that's a bigger problem. The risks are too great to our housing stock. I agree with many of the public comments that if somebody can't, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'd already said that. I apologize. Let me move right along. There are currently 1,200 plus units in our short-term rental inventory, with a majority of those that are rented less than 50% of the year. So to another reply to those who talk about killing tourism or killing jobs or anything else, there is ample supply, there's ample opportunity for a visitor to find a short-term rental and utilize that type of lodging. There is no devaluation, or there has been no choice to really change that dynamic. I think what we're really trying to do is free up housing in the long term. And I'm just going to keep repeating that. I could go on and on. I've spent years studying this issue. I love it. I think it's really interesting. And I don't think any community has solved this problem. And I also don't think Truckee is going to solve any of the problems associated or solutions associated with short-term rentals. I think we're going to do the best we can. And like I said, I'd like to memorialize an annual review so that we can continue to edit. Getting to some of the staff recommendations, just to be extremely clear. So number one, I support the cap at the number that we currently have today. I believe that is an ample opportunity both for visitors to utilize short-term rentals and to not remove any of the abilities that existing homeowners have been able to take over the past couple of years. As far as the second recommendation, this is where I'm going to slightly diverge from the committee that I sat on's recommendation. And I'm going to suggest that we pause on the 1 year wait time and suggest that come back for a revisit when we go after this in a year from now. And the reason why I'm going to do that is I truly do believe the wait list is going to take care of this for us. I don't think we need to add a second layer at this time on top of the cap. And I also think, and this is one place where we'll all agree with John Falk, by putting too many tools or too many mechanisms into the washer, you don't actually know which one is working and which one isn't. So that's the other reason why I'm pretty clear that I support the clean cap as it is, no exceptions, no variances, no I forgot to register. I'm so sorry. I truly hear you. I feel for you and I apologize, but I don't believe we can create a fair and equitable process to get any of those folks a permit in any type of fair fashion that would be fair to one and not to another. So I'm going to say clean cap, no wait list, but clean cap, no waiting period before you can be added to the wait list and or get a permit, at least in year one. I do support phasing out of both multifamily and ADU. I think it's just going to be a simpler solution over time. But again, that would be something that I think we can come back and study. And I am a huge supporter of the token and incentive program. I've been on that train since the beginning. I think it would be fantastic. I do believe that council, I do believe that we should take the attrition that we get in year one and divide it in half. I think we should take whatever attrition we see in year one, take half of those permits, give them back to the wait list, and that will solve some of the issues that we heard about tonight and that we've heard through public comment, and take the other half and put them into the token program. If we decide to create more tokens because we have just incredible demand, great, we can do that later. But at the very minimum, let's start with a half and half split on the attrition side of things. In terms of the token program, very quickly, I support a ratio of approximately 3 or 4 short-term rental tokens in exchange for one, I don't know if you want to call it a bedroom or a studio, whatever you want to call it, but basically a bedroom. And if anybody wants more information on why I'm suggesting that, I'm prepared to give you a financial summary of why. But it's basically the costs to participate in that is going to be so great that I believe it should be rewarded with the ability to have 3 or 4 permits that are then transferable. As to the second slides, penalties, I support in both directions, both what Vice Mayor Romack indicated, which is increasing nuisance penalties, but also increasing penalties on non-compliant properties. I do believe those should be separate. I think the non-compliant properties one does have to be quite high in order to discourage that entire process. I'm in favor of supporting ADUs like multifamily, so phasing those out over time. And I do support having the registration process end on 12/31 for the following year in order to have a much more definitive and clear process for how somebody might actually get off the wait list and allow them to get off the wait list in a timely and predictable fashion. I think those were all the questions we were being asked tonight. If there were any that I missed, I'm happy to address them. But really applaud everybody who's participated in this process and appreciate everybody's time and energy. Really to what I hope is to bring Truckee into a nice balance that achieves benefit for all. Thank you.
There is one other question that would be helpful to add to the mix, which is so whether or not each council member is supportive of a minimum nights rented, which is a component of the cap.
I at first supported a minimum nights rented, and I might regret this. I'm going to rescind that support. I think let the permit process run its course. If somebody wants to pay $400 a year to never short-term rent their house, I guess I'm okay with that. But again, I think that would be something I'd love to see sort of reviewed after year one. Like, how many of those are there? Is there a better way to handle that kind of activity? What's motivating them? I can see the argument that came up of a remodel or COVID or other random scenarios that we are definitely not thinking of. So I think I would rather reduce the regulation and just see how this first bit takes hold and then sort of revise as we go along. Because I don't think we have all the answers tonight.
Councilmember Pallavi, thank you so much. And thank you just for really clearly delineating where you stand in response to each of those staff recommendations and questions. I think that's exceedingly helpful. And I would encourage all of us to try to be equally as clear. So with that, Councilmember Klostad, you're up next.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Pallavi, you made it really easy. I can probably just do a +1 with a few augmentations. So this is clearly what, to you, Councilmember Pallavi, what decarbonizing buildings is to me. This is your passion. You really understand it. You really dug into it. And so I value your perspective, and many of your insights were very helpful and very valuable to me. And I also believe that the committee really did the deep work on this, and so I'm ready to support their recommendations for the most part. I would like to just address a couple of the public comments that we heard. I don't know about staff and the rest of the council members, but for me, this isn't just about affordable housing. It is also about our community character. Serving on the General Plan Advisory Committee, I heard that concern expressed a lot. And a lot of people talked about short-term rentals and how those were impacting the cohesion of their neighborhood. So I think this is a tool for that mechanism and that goal as well. I also want to say that while short-term rentals do create work for our community, as sub-commenters have suggested, and I value those workers, and I am supportive of keeping them employed, and that's why I feel like keeping a cap roughly where it is now makes sense. We're definitely not trying to eliminate jobs by drastically reducing the number of short-term renters, but I can also say that it's not always easy to get those support services for your house as a full-time full-time resident here, it's pretty hard to get somebody to come and work on your house right now. And I would also like to talk about this whole discussion around second homeowners and really what that means. Tahoe Donner Public Utility District actually has two different rates, one for full-time residents and one for part-time residents. And they do that because those two different levels of occupancy impact their infrastructure differently. And I think that has also been demonstrated in some of the public comments that we've received about the impacts of second homeowners versus homes that are occupied reoccurringly as short-term rentals on our community's infrastructure and services. So that is definitely something that I have considered throughout the course of this discussion. I think people are accurate in that some of these communities were built for second homeowners, and now they're being used by their second homeowners very differently than they were previously. And that is part of the impact that we're seeing. One of the things that just came up to me during listening to public comment, and I'll just pose this as a question that we could consider, that we have this incentive program for people to do as short as a 3-month rental to help some of our seasonal employees. What if one of the benefits we could offer if they would rent for 3 or 4 months for one of our seasonal employees or some of our seasonal employees, could we allow them to short-term rent the rest of the year? Is that something that we would consider? I'm just throwing that out there. And I really like, Councilmember Pallavi, your request to have this issue reviewed annually. I think you're right. There's so many things on the table right now that we probably won't implement all of them, but I want the opportunity to reflect back and see whether or not some of those would be applicable now. So I am also very supportive of the incentive development token program. I think that's brilliant, and I look forward to seeing that being further developed. It's interesting, Dave, I'm on the fence on the inactive permit as well. If we have a minimum number of nights, I think there are some pretty unique circumstances out there. And at first I thought, yeah, we should make sure these permits are being turned over and so that they're accessible to the next round of people that are interested. But I'm willing to consider waiting on that for a year, kind of like you alluded to. I, though, think we should enact at least a 1-year waiting period before you can apply for a short-term rental. I really want to send the message that the purchase of a home here in Truckee does not guarantee you the ability to augment your income in these ways. And I think that's the strongest way to send that message. And I know the committee did not make a recommendation to have any type of exemptions for full-time residents. And I understand this, and it's the one area where I really wish we could find a way around it. I thought it was brilliant to do the comparison of the Truckee Donner PUD's full-time resident versus short-time or part-time resident rate structure, cross-referencing that with our short-term rental permits or certificates. It's clearly not foolproof to be able, you can easily say that this is your full-time residence and it not be, because so many of those were renting their homes for way more days than they could be if they were living here full-time. But at the same time, I know that there's people that this would help in augmenting their income. Perhaps it would give them the ability to build that ADU or to improve their house to allow for a second entrance, and they could do a junior ADU, or even just remodel their house and benefit the community by hiring local contractors. So in general, I'm in support of the transitioning out of the ADU STRs. I think that's appropriate. The multifamily housing one, that gives me a little bit more heartache. I think with SB 9 and how our single family homes are really going to be transitioning. I'm not sold on that one 100%. I think that should be some flexibility and some opportunities there as well. I'm in full support of increasing the penalties and fees. I agree we need to make this more painful to mitigate those issues. December 31st deadline is fine. Whatever serves staff's needs, that's acceptable to me. And I think I'm missing one item, so let me know, Hillary.
I don't know if I heard you speak about minimum nights rented.
I did talk about that. I
apologize.
That's where I'm on the fence on that. I think that's one thing that we could wait on for 1 year, like Councilmember Pallavi was saying. I think there's some unique circumstances that we've seen, like COVID and remodeling and things that are impacting families' personal lives. So I would like to keep that on the table, that we should reflect on that, but maybe that's not part of this initial ordinance.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Councilmember Klofstad, did you mention I heard you mention you were in support of a cap? Was it the same amount that we have today or some different number?
I'm in support of the committee's recommendations on that.
I thought one last topic would be if you're in support of any exemptions to the cap for people who may have been affected because of COVID or because their house was under construction or other reasons why they were not registered in 2021.
I actually like Councilmember Pallavi's idea that we split the, how did you put that, Pallavi, where there's those extra permits that we're going to be transitioning through. We put some of them on the table for those people that had previous active permits in good standing, and those are available to them first.
I'm not sure if that's what I understood Councilmember Pallavi's comment.
Okay, I misunderstood.
I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't. I was basically saying, let's say 50 permits don't renew for 2022 that had permits in 2021. What my suggestion was, if 50 don't renew, take 25 of those, put them into the token program, and take the other 25 and free up the wait list. But I don't necessarily believe that we should be creating exemptions for anybody. If a full-time resident wants to get a short-term rental permit, they have equal access to a short-term rental permit as any other property owner in Truckee. I don't believe we should be making exceptions that, to me, that just further exacerbates this whole I'm a local. I'm not a local. Who's a local? I don't know. Are you a local because you live here 180 days or 181 days?
I'm not assimilating that
right?
to local or not local. I'm assimilating that to they had a permit in good standing. They missed the deadline. I would love to give those people the opportunity that had a permit in good standing and had previously been utilizing that income stream, and give them an opportunity to have an access to a permit.
I missed the deadline to file for the town council elections, and I really wanted to be a town council member. Would you let me in or not?
Okay, you have a very good
I'm just trying to provide some examples, right? Like, we could go on all day long about any type of exemption, and I think it's just a slippery slope. And there's no reason why somebody who had a permit, when we advertise that the wait list is the wait list is going up Monday, 8 a.m. on April 1st or whatever it is, everybody should have equal access to that. And I don't believe we should be creating categories of waitlist people, because then we're just going down, like, then we have people with short-term rental permits who had it this way or that way. Like, I feel for them. My heart absolutely feels for them. I understand their situations, but I don't want to be in the middle of a mediation between somebody pleading their case and, because a family member died and they missed the deadline, or they had COVID, or they paid their taxes and they're awesome. And I totally agree. But for somehow they paid their taxes and they were in the program, but they forgot to renew. There's always something in there. I don't know.
I'm thinking of the short-term rental certificate holders that have successfully done this in the past. They know the program. They've installed their bear box. They've gotten their fire inspection. It's like, if they know how to do it, I kind of want them in the program. That being said, it's not a deal breaker for me, but that's how I feel about it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, let's move to you, please.
I closely considered all the comments. I studied all the materials, not just in this session, but in the two prior ones we had before the council. I wholeheartedly support all of the advisory committee's recommendations. I think they had a very hard subject to tackle, and I think they did as well as any group of people could. So I'm fully in support down the line on that. There are two things I want to discuss that the committee touched on, and one of them is the full-time homeowner exemption, because I'm puzzled by the analysis done of the PUD data. It's very fascinating. The PUD has so many people identified as primary residents who were short-term renting for more than 70 days in the year. The real ID licenses, tax returns, loan documents. There's a number of documents where you're essentially signing under perjury whether this is going to be your permanent home. And so you're committing fraud when you misrepresent that you're taking out a loan for what's actually a vacation home, not a primary home. So I'm just puzzled by that. I would like to have some kind of full-time exemption. It gets into the details of then how do we craft it? What's the nature of the exemption? But I'd like to hear other people's thoughts a little bit more on that, other council members. And then I'm willing to consider a lottery instead of a waiting list. A lottery seems more equitable to me in the sense that it's not a race to get on a list where you may not want to do it, but you just want to have a placeholder for when your name comes up. So I don't know how strongly people feel about that. Council member Klofstad mentioned reluctance on the phase out of multifamily, or concerns about that. And I've had the same kind of concerns. SB 9 is not one of them, though, for me. Everything I've read indicates that SB 9 is not going to have as big an impact as actually I would like to see. So I'm not as concerned about that, for what that's worth. And then on the 1 year review, certainly I think we should do at least a 1 year review next year and the following year. I'm not sure we'll have much information after 1 year, but it's good to have. And after 2 years, we certainly should. So are there any more questions from staff for me?
Councilmember Zabriskie, just if there's any of the items that you want to address from the second slide. So for example, the penalties, the registration process ending 12/31, et cetera.
I want the tokens. I support doing the tokens, the penalties as staff recommends, independent of what even though the advisory committee did not consider them. Staff mentioned phasing out all ADUs in addition. I'm willing to wait on that. I can go either way on that. So what's your specific question on the penalties?
No, I didn't have a specific question. Just wanted to see if you were generally supportive, for example, the way that council members Pallavi and Klostad were. I think we can start there.
I am. Yes, I agree with them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else for you, council member Zabriskie?
I had so much to say in support of what the committee did, but I'll let it rest. I'll save that. I'll tell my dog about it.
Fair enough. Vice Mayor Romack. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks. Yeah, I appreciate this discussion. And I think, like all my fellow council members, I appreciate all of the public comments. It was impressive to look at the survey and read through all of the comments from the survey, as well as all the emails. So thanks to the community. I think, you know, this goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. Truckee is an amazing place. And that's why those of us on the dais want to live here. People who call in want to visit here frequently. You know, just this is a great place. And so just want to recognize that's why we're all here and we're all passionate about it, coming at it from different angles. And, you know, like has been said before, and Councilmember Pallavi using the tool in the toolbox, I was thinking about that a lot going over this. This isn't the silver bullet. This isn't the only thing we're looking at. This is one aspect to look at housing. I did also want to acknowledge, I think, you know, there is sometimes a perception, folks have felt like, you know, there's a lot more people around than there used to be. It's all because of STRs. So I also want everyone to remember, even if things do go into place with caps or other restrictions, that's not going to completely change how things work in our community. And there are other issues to address with that. But just remembering that this isn't also a silver bullet to now you won't have to wait in traffic on a Saturday. So just to ground us all in reality a little bit. With that being said, I really like the idea, the annual review from Councilmember Pallavi. I think that's great. I think this should be iterative and let's look at how it's working. I'm happy to support the cap where it's at right now. As I did bring up the question of just redundancy of having a waiting period in addition to the wait list, I think we're going to ask a lot of our staff, you know, to work on this program. And that's why I ask about enforcement too. And so if they're having to maintain a wait list and then a waiting period and other things like that, to me, it seems like let's just do a wait list to start. If that doesn't accomplish the things we want it to, and not sending the message that we want it to, then we could look at it in the future. I know, like El Dorado County on their website, it clearly says, you know, the cap has been reached on this day. There are X amount of names on the wait list. So that helps send a message rather than having to keep track of separate waiting periods versus the wait list. So that's my thought on that. The multifamily housing, I will say, I'm still struggling with that one a little bit. And, you know, I went back in the committee's, you know, kind of overarching goals that Hillary touched on. And one of them was fairness and equal opportunity. And the sentence was, committee members were reticent about recommending that certain neighborhoods, zoning districts, or home sizes can SDR while others cannot. So that's where I struggle with, if we're trying to make it equal across the board, but then now we're restricting this certain type of housing, that seems like we're not meeting the goal of fairness and equal opportunity. So I kind of feel like maybe to not phase out multifamily housing, I don't know if it makes sense to have a separate single family cap and multifamily cap. If that, again, is too much effort, then maybe for now, just leave them all in the same bucket is where I would lie. I also feel like looking at some sort of primary residence opportunity. The whole goal of this, again, going back to the committee's kind of charter, I think, to proactively manage the short-term rental registration program as a tool to help maintain the supply of housing that is affordable to the regional workforce. So I do see the opportunity for somebody who lives here full-time to maybe generate a little bit of income could help. And I know in conversations I had with some folks, it was, well, they could just get a roommate and not short-term rent. But, also evolution. We've talked about this at previous council meetings, and maybe when you buy your house and you have a roommate, great, and then you have a kid and then there's no room for that roommate anymore. And so now it would be nice to be able to supplement your income with the short-term rental. I would support, if there was, some sort of monitoring or cap on the amount of days that a primary residence could rent for. So that way, we restrict that. Also, I get that people could lie or change their voter registration to do the program, but people are going to lie about some things in other aspects of this too. So I don't think that should scare us away from trying. On fines, I definitely think we should increase our fines for nuisance issues and for people that are illegally renting. I support the token incentive program. That's a creative and innovative solution. I'd love to see how that could be developed. Having the program end December 31st, or having the permits renewed. Is there anything I'm missing?
Did you speak to phasing out ADUs? I know you specifically talked about multifamily, but
there's 9 of them that are eligible. I don't feel strongly that we need to phase out the ones that are still eligible, since moving forward, any new ADUs would not be eligible. So yeah, I could go either way on that one, to be honest.
Thank you for clarifying. Councilmember Pallavi and then Zabriskie. I saw both your hands go back up.
Go ahead, Councilmember Zabriskie. I think you were first. You were before me. Go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to Lindsay in the sense on the multifamily housing. I wanted to share why I support phasing it out, allowing attrition to take place. It's because that's at a price point, at a price level where we have a really low inventory for what we call the achievable housing group. Essentially, this has become our only housing that comes in at under $1 million all of a sudden. And so I see a special need to get that inventory up as quickly as possible. And I think by having attrition, that reaches a balance. I mean, the people that live there now can continue to short-term rent, but as they move out or drop it, that property then can turn into full-time occupancy before we can get more built. That was my thinking. I don't know if that influences you or not. And while I'm just talking, I wanted to echo Council Member Klostad on the wish to help out people that just got caught in the gap of sort of the thing Dave and Anna were talking about. I've had several people talk to me about their special heart circumstances, and it isn't just that they were asleep at the switch. There were certain circumstances that put them out of luck, and the problem I have is the same one that everyone else has: is where do you draw the line? How do you avoid a slippery slope? So I end up in the same place as the 2 other council members that have talked about it. That's it.
Yeah, I think I was just going to echo kind of exactly what Council Member Zabriskie just said, which is at the end of the day, and I said this, I don't really care about the $5 million house on the top of Ski Slope. I do care about the $800,000 duplex at the Boulders, because I lived in Truckee when the Boulders was figuratively sold as one of the, it wasn't one of the first, it was probably one of the first market rate workforce housing projects at the time. And while we didn't talk in this language 15 years ago, we didn't even talk in any of these words 15 years ago, it's now the highest percentage short-term rental community, or HOA, or whatever it is, subdivision in our community. And to me, that is being hoodwinked, right? That is the classic example of developers selling something, and it might not have been their intention, and I don't fault a developer for this, but look what it's turned into. It's turned into our highest concentration of short-term rentals, and it's in a great place. It's next to services. Those people aren't driving up and down Northwood, so I'm okay. You know, it's next to a hotel and other services, but at the end of the day, it's multifamily housing in a dense one of the denser configurations that we took great strides to create. Right. And then we let them off the hook of 5 affordable housing units for $100,000. So we basically said, give us 20 grand. That'll cover an affordable housing unit. Oh, my God. Right. Let's think about the hindsight that some of this allows us to reflect upon. And I think when you start to think about it in that vein of the Boulders specifically and how it was sold to the community, that to me is the exact reason why over the next 5 years, I believe that it's imperative that we let the multifamily housing go by attrition, not take away any rights. I'm not talking about that. Let's let it go by attrition, right? So, you know, it sells, great. The next person, that buyer is going to, you know, have to use it in a different way, because that's what Councilmember Zabriskie is saying. We talk all the time about, are we building ourselves out of this housing crisis? Are we using our existing inventory? How are we doing it? This, to me, is a way to do it. And it's a way to do it without building with the product that was originally intended to actually be. There's a reason why we call it multifamily housing, people. Did anybody catch that ironicness of this whole conversation? It's not called second home short-term rent housing for a reason. It's called multifamily housing. So to me, that's where this comes back, to play. And that's why I feel so strongly about it. I also feel strongly about the full-time residency issue. And I will tell you guys, the committee, I think we talked about this for a couple of hours at one of our meetings. And it was, we can hear all of these stories, but at the end of the day, why wouldn't we treat a full-time resident who is short-term renting their house, whether it's for 1 week, 2 weeks, or 8 weeks, the same way we treat any other short-term renter? They're going to have the same nuisance issues. If somebody leaves their house for 2 weeks, garbage days on Wednesday, the short-term rental ends on Sunday, and there's no bear box because we've given them a full-time resident exception, and they're still away for 2 weeks, where's that garbage going to be? Right? It's going to be on the curb on Monday morning, but garbage isn't going to be picked up till Wednesday. So, once you start to think about these things all the way through, I have zero problem with allowing full-time residents to short-term rent. I just believe they should be in the same pool and treated exactly the same as any other short-term renter. They can still earn the same income. They can still support their mortgage or their property taxes or whatever they want to do, or pay for their 2-week vacation. I don't really care, but they should be treated the same way.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember, would you just hold that thought for one moment? Because I think Jen has potentially a question or a clarification she wants to ask of us.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify with the ADUs, there's potentially more than 9 that are eligible to STR. There's only currently 9 that have STR permits. So there could be ADUs built prior to the state regulations, prior to 2021, that currently don't own a STR permit or have one, but were legally built and could apply for one. So it could be a bigger impact than the 9. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Jen. Councilmember Romack.
Thanks. So just wanted to clarify on my full-time residents. I should have said, I don't think they should be exempt from the rules. I would see them being exempt from the cap. So I think they should still have to do the bear box. They would still have to fall under all the noise ordinances and post everything in their house. I think they should still have to follow the rules, just allowing them to potentially still be able to do it outside of the cap. And I do think there's a difference. I don't short-term rent my house. I know all my neighbors. So if I had somebody stay in my house for a week, I would hear about it, and it would be a big issue. And so I think also that's a way that a full-time resident also may have different relationships with their neighbors and therefore deal with issues differently because, again, they live here full-time. And when you're out of town around Christmas and it's snowing a ton and your neighbor comes over and snowballs your driveway, you look out for each other. So anyway, I just think, anyway, that's just a point I want to make.
What if your neighbors are all short-term? What if your neighbors are all second homeowners and aren't actually there?
That's also a valid point. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify. I think a full-time resident should still have to follow all the same rules. They should have to get a bear box, all of that stuff. They just wouldn't be under the same cap. And then to the multifamily issue, I totally agree. These are smaller, oftentimes smaller units, more affordable. Though the Boulders, I think their HOA is $405 a month. So, you always have to add that cost on to the cost of condos. But I think it should all fit under the same cap. Anyone who's not short-term renting a multifamily unit now wouldn't be able to move forward. So there wouldn't be able to be any new ones. That's where I just think it should all be the same. And, we hope we'll see some effect of this in, as you said, Councilmember Pallavi, in the longer term, 3 to 5 years. So we'll see prices maybe adjust slightly, or different types of homes or multifamily units become available. But it makes more sense to me to have all of our homes be under the same umbrella and not specifically call out multifamily separately.
I don't think that's true, though. Councilmember Romack, or maybe Hillary can answer that. So I just want to make sure that under the current rules of multifamily, you could apply for a short-term rental permit if you could be on the wait list if there were no other restrictions overriding whether it's your HOA or anything like that.
Oh, totally. I'm just saying you would fall under the cap. So you would be on a wait list too.
Right.
Yeah. We're taking a different philosophy. I think, that all of our housing stock in Truckee, let's put this cap in place. Let's see how this happens. Kind of what you were saying before, if we're adding this phasing out of this additional aspect, let's wait and see how this plays out a little bit before we take more of those steps.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Well, I'm going to now weigh in just a little bit. And I had a bunch of remarks prepared, but I think they've basically all been said. So we all, I think, agree there isn't one sole cause to the housing crisis. There certainly isn't one solution. This is really, we obviously don't know the full extent of the relationship between STRs and housing. These policies are rolling out all over the country. And so we're gathering data, really in real time, and we'll be gathering data in real time if and when we roll things out related to this in Truckee. So just very quickly, I'll kind of weigh in on the different recommendations. I'm in alignment with my fellow council members that we should have a cap. Staff and the committee proposed that cap is at or slightly less than the current level. I think I generally heard support for at the current level. I am in favor of the waiting period for the reasons that I gave earlier. I think that, someone getting on the waiting list, at some point in the future, we may not have a waiting list. And I think that sets a very different expectation for a home buyer. So I am strongly in favor of that waiting period. Phasing out multifamily, I think like several of my fellow council members, this is the one that I have really struggled with, because we have really talked about, to Councilmember Romack's point, that this needs to be fair. It needs to be equitable. I don't want us to be, discriminating against multifamily properties and multifamily owners. And at the same time, I very much appreciate Councilmember Pallavi and Zabrisky's comments that this will happen slowly over time, will allow attrition to take place. These types of units tend, though not always, to be the types of units that we would like to see, long-term rented in the future. I'm supportive of the incentive program. I think there's a lot of details to work out in terms of the implementation for that, but I'm supportive of that. I'm also supportive of increasing our penalty and fine structure and putting a little bit more teeth behind that. I'm comfortable phasing out ADUs. I'm fine with the registration process ending on 12/31, and the minimum nights rented, I feel pretty ambivalent about, and I don't feel like we have general support for that broadly. So with that, staff needs some sort of cohesive direction on each of those. And then I think there's some other topics probably that we want to discuss a little bit more. One was the annual review. It sounds like everyone was basically in support of that. I will say that I'm in support of that on a every other year basis. I think I keep hearing over and over, this is a long-term program. These impacts will be long-term. I don't necessarily know that we're going to see a tremendous number of impacts in, a year from now. And it is a commitment, an ongoing commitment of resources to have that come back every year. I think that if it does come back every year or, every other year, it should be information on the current STRs. I do not want us to commit to this entire process every single year. I don't think we want to be completely relitigating this every year. So I really want to clarify that. I would be in favor of doing that every other year. I think the bigger ones to talk about, the primary resident distinction, that's come up several times. Potential exemptions. I will say that this is heart-wrenching. I have had people tell me incredibly heart-wrenching stories about how it impacts them economically. We've heard some of those stories tonight. This is very hard. That said, I agree with Councilmember Pallavi. I think it's a very slippery slope. And we have one exemption. 5 years down the road, we have 15 exemptions. I don't really want to see us go in that direction, quite honestly. And then Councilmember Zabriskie, you also brought up the concept of a lottery as opposed to a wait list. And so I think we could also discuss that a little bit more. So I think if staff is in agreement with this, Jen, Hillary, maybe weigh in. I think we start with some of the recommendations. I think we already have places where we're very aligned, and we can probably move on those quickly and make sure you have the direction you need. And then any remaining items we'll continue with. Is that okay?
Yes, I think that makes sense. Would it be helpful for me to pull back up the summary slide so we can go through those one by one?
Sure, that sounds great. So the first one was the cap. So while you're getting the slides pulled up, the cap at or slightly less than the current level for the number of STR registrations that we have in town. I heard consensus across the council that everyone is supportive of a townwide cap on STR registrations. I think I heard from most council members at the current level as opposed to slightly lower, which was also proposed by the committee. Does anyone disagree with that? Okay. And I also sort of related to this, I did not hear support for a minimum annual number of nights rented.
I'm for that. I buy that rationale. It's a way of eliminating inactive registrations.
Okay.
Despite the points made about someone maybe doing renovations or those sorts of things, to go a year without renting, it suggests there's something more going on.
Okay. Did anyone else support establishing that minimum number of nights?
I only don't because I don't see that it's an issue yet. And I agree with you. I don't want to rehash like this whole debate every year. I think there's a few bullets that like I just don't have enough data on, right? Like, and I think this would be one of them. Like, is this going to be a problem? Are people hoarding permits that they're not using? I don't know yet, you know? So yeah, that's the only reason. This would be one of those why I was like, hey, let's come back in a year and see what we're actually talking about here.
That's helpful, Councilmember Pallavi. So Hillary, maybe we can also just sort of notate specific areas where council members say, this is a place where we really want to be able to revisit it because we currently don't have enough information. Okay, multifamily. I feel like I heard that we were phasing out STRs in multifamily dwellings, and we talked about, the definition of those multifamily dwellings. So anything from a duplex to, a much larger condo building, townhomes, etc. I feel like I have not necessarily heard consensus on this one, but Jen or Hillary, if you've captured something differently, why don't you let me know?
I think I may have heard consensus on the ADU piece, and I don't think it was all 5, but I think I heard consensus on that. And I think I had 3 in favor of multifamily was my count.
So let's maybe we could just get a quick count. I mean, I support the phasing out.
Councilmember Klogstad.
I'll just say, it seems to me like we're going to be spending money through the housing program to subsidize that kind of housing. Here's one way to help bring the price down without having to spend taxpayer money.
So you support
it?
So
I support phasing out multifamily. I think that's part of our overarching housing program.
I think any unit that we have subsidized, certainly we should not be allowing a short-term rental certificate on. But I go back to Councilmember Romack's comments on equity, and I'm concerned about having that limitation or the phase out of multifamily affecting the equity of this situation. I think ADUs are different because they are owned already by another household. So I think ADUs should be phased out, but I'm not in support of the multifamily.
Can I make a really sort of crass comment quickly?
As long as you stick to the Truckee way.
I will. And it has to do with this topic, even. It's on topic. I think the point here is because we can't pinpoint price points. So here's like a way to think about this. If we all had our druthers, do we really care if a $5 million house in Old Greenwood gets short-term rented? I personally don't. That's not the work. That's not the housing that our goal from the outset was stated to create. The whole reason why we're having this conversation is to solve our housing problems. And I understand the phrase, are we letting the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? And I get it. And I'm super sensitive to it. But I think we would be extremely remiss, I think, to Councilmember Zabrisky's statement, if our entire housing portfolio of funding is meant to create both higher density and housing under $1 million, this is going to be one of our only tools to do that. Otherwise, we are literally putting a 500 square foot condo and a 5,000 square foot house on the same footing. And unfortunately, I just don't think that's reality. And this is a very pinpointed, precise way to start to get some of the housing that is actually affordable to our workforce, which we said from the outset was the goal of this whole program, back into the workforce. And so by going equal, and I get it, I get that equity piece, but in this conversation, equity is really just not, it's the wrong lens to be looking at this from, in my opinion. And I just want to put that out there because we don't have a way to segregate price points. This is a way to segregate housing type. And if you think through it, I think you'll see that this is a much more precise way of doing that.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Klopstad, do you want to respond to that or amend sort of how you feel about this in any way, or do you want to stay where you are?
Councilmember Klopstad, you were muted, I think, when you started to talk.
And by my previous statements, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Roback, can you please weigh in on phasing out for multifamily?
Yeah, I stand by my previous statements of equity, and I think this would be a great one to table for now. And as we do our annual review, look at it in the future. So I still feel the same way.
Okay, thank you. I do want to raise sort of a little concern in that I want us to be cautious around simply tabling for the next round, right? Because I think that there are certainly places where we need more information and more data. And I want to say that as we continue to go through this conversation. That said, this is one, like I said earlier, I've really struggled with. I think it is fundamentally unfair to single out a particular group of properties and to single out multifamily properties and multifamily owners. That said, I think that the committee came up with this recommendation for some very good and targeted reasons as well. And Councilmember Pallavi has stated many of those. So ultimately, I will support phasing this out in multifamily. And it is a very hard decision for me on this one.
So I think what staff heard is 3 in support of phasing out in multifamily.
Correct. So on to the waiting period. I think I have 3 votes, if you will, for the waiting period. But staff, again, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I had council members Klopstad, Zabriskie, and myself in favor of it. And if I've captured that wrong, I apologize, and please feel free to correct me.
That was my tally as well.
Would council like to clarify what length of waiting period you would like? I think I heard mention of a year. I just wanted confirmation on that.
Yeah, I mean, the committee recommended, I think, no less than 1 year and up to 2 years. So I think we can have a very quick conversation about that. I don't think it needs to be drawn out. If council members Klopstad or Zabriskie want to weigh in, if they feel strongly on that, I'd love to hear it.
1 year is fine, given that we probably will have a waiting period after that, or a wait list.
Council members Zabriskie, are you comfortable with 1 year?
Yes, but I have to throw in why. I just heard from so many people who got on the waiting list for affordable housing, thought that meant they were going to get affordable housing in some reasonable period of time instead of 5 or 6 years. So getting on a waiting list creates expectations, and it's good if they know they're going to have to wait at least a year in the case of STRs.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I'm also comfortable with a 1-year waiting period.
Oh, and I'll just jump in. Councilmember Zabriskie, I think that's a valid point, and I'm happy with adding that to the list. It was more a concern of redundancy, but I'll go along and support my fellow council members on this one.
Well, thank you. I feel like we're really embracing the spirit of the Truckee way tonight and compromise. So thank you for that, Councilmember Romack. Penalties and fees. I'm quite sure that I heard that all of us are comfortable increasing our penalties and fees and putting more teeth behind those.
I agree. I think I heard that for both nuisance and non-compliant.
Yep, that's what I have as well. Thank you, Jen. I think I heard general consensus as well on phasing out STRs in ADUs. Jen, Hillary, do you want to confirm if that's what you have?
That's what I have.
Okay. I know this is a little tough. We're sort of tallying as we go here. So I think we were all comfortable, all 5 of us, with the annual registration deadline being December 31st.
Yes.
Okay. And I think there was also broad support for the incentive program, recognizing this is currently a concept and there are a lot of implementation details that need to be worked out.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we do still have a couple of things that I feel like we should probably circle back to. So just really quickly, the annual review. Is there, I think I heard my fellow council members say they would like to see it annually every year. I'm maybe the lone dissenter on that and would prefer sort of an every other year, or, maybe next year and then 2 years after that, because it is a commitment of staff time and staff resources. And I just don't necessarily believe that we're going to see tremendous impacts in a short time frame when we've specifically said this is a long-term view.
I would maybe add that maybe July type of time frame is a good time for that, because it allows, so we wouldn't have our first annual review till July of 2024. And the reason and then start annually after that. And the reason for that is you have the data on the registrants and the wait list, and you're in the middle of a period basically, so that you'll have the data to make any changes you want by that December 31st deadline, or basically be able to implement any changes if there were going to be any by a November 1st or something like that. Just a suggestion on timing.
Yeah, no, I think that's wonderful. Are other folks comfortable with that generally?
It's a great idea.
Jen,
well thought out.
Ben, you want to say something?
Just to clarify, that was 2024, so that's in 2 years.
So yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify too. Mayor Henderson, I thought you said maybe we look at this 1 year from now, because this is a big change, and then we do it every other year after that. Was that your intention?
That's my recommendation. I'm happy to have a discussion and to compromise as well.
I like that recommendation. So that would mean the first review would be July of 20. And I think Councilmember Pallavi's timing is actually a really good point. So that would be, the first review would be July of 2023. And then the next review would be July of 2025. Is that correct?
That was my intention.
Yeah, sorry. And you corrected my year. Thank you. I meant 2023. Sorry.
Okay, I'm good with that. Let's do that.
I agree with Councilmember Pallavi.
Okay, so general consensus. And Hillary, it looks like you want to say something as well.
Yes, just to clarify timing, we do start our annual registration process in October of each year. So I think staff would just look at the calendar and figure out the timing. It may be a little bit earlier than July if we did it in, say, June, in time for changes. So we're ready to implement for that next registration.
I think that makes sense, and at staff's discretion for exact timing. Okay, perfect. The other thing that came up, Councilmember Zabriskie, so you mentioned the lottery. We've been talking a lot, obviously, about a wait list, and sort of trying to avoid the rush to get on the wait list. We have been talking about, how do we make this process fair? I think there are some places where it isn't really fair, right? Like phasing out multifamily, there is a component there that doesn't feel fair. Do we want to consider a lottery as opposed to a wait list? Is anyone in support of that? I see it.
And to explain the wait list, to explain, there would be a wait list in both cases. The point is when a opportunity came up for someone new, instead of going to first in time, who's been on the list the longest, you just do a random number generator or whatever. You just randomly select the next person. That's the idea.
Sure. So you always have a list, if you will, you're saying, and then you're doing random selection for who comes up next on a permit. Yep. Council members Klostad or Vice Mayor Romack?
I feel like I support a waiting list more than a lottery, and especially if we're doing this waiting period. So you've just waited a year and then you'd get put in the lottery, and then now all of a sudden you get number one and somebody else who was eligible a year before. I don't know. It just seems like a wait list might make more sense the way we've set things up so far.
Councilmember Kolstad, do you have an opinion?
Not really. I see Councilmember Zabriskie's intentions, and I respect those, but I also feel like we've already gone down the path of the wait list, and that's probably going to serve this purpose. But again, I think we add it to the list of reevaluation. Is there a better way to do this in a year? Have we found that it's been inequitable and didn't serve us?
I think that's a great point, and I would support that as well. Okay. The very last thing that I think I have, exemptions. I think Councilmember Pallavi and I have said that we don't support exemptions, sort of generally. Councilmember Pallavi, I don't want to speak for you, but I think I've heard you loud and clear on that. So I think there's some difference of opinion here. Who else would like to weigh in on this?
I'm happy to jump in. I don't think there should be exemptions. Again, we feel for all the folks that didn't register on time for various reasons, but I think that should just go into, they can get on the wait list now. I still feel like there should be some sort of primary residence. And again, I shouldn't say exemption, but maybe, separate. You don't fall under the cap, but you still have to follow the additional rules. That would be the one piece that I would still be interested in.
I think it allows extra income for people who are on the margins and being able to afford to live here. I'm thinking in terms of the person who's here 11 months and they get a month off or 3 weeks off. I'd allow them to do it. I'm not that concerned about enforcement or being able to identify them as a permanent resident.
Councilmember Pallavi or Klostad, do you want to add anything?
You captured my statement accurately.
I support what you already said.
Thank
I
you
don't
for
support
confirming.
any additional exemptions or anything. Like, I think everybody can just be part of the main. You want a short-term rent? Great. Short-term rent. This is how we do it.
I value again the committee's discussion on all of this. I will revert to you on the exemption portion, as much as I would love to accommodate some of the stories and people that obviously have been impacted by this. I understand the slippery slope aspect of it, so I will retract my request to consider that. However, I still feel like we could do some sort of, I live here full time and I just want to rent my house 14 days out of the year while I go on vacation. I would love to find a way to make that happen. Maybe that's not this year. Maybe that's again one of the bike rack items. So we'll have a separate bike rack just for our short-term rental ordinance. And we start looking at ways to implement things like that in the future, because I think we could do it successfully, but we are tackling so much right now. So I understand that perhaps now's not the time for that additional aspect.
So Jen or Hillary, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that we have, I think that we're not completely unified in this, but general consensus that we are not going to tackle exemptions right now, as painful as that decision is.
That's what I think I heard is not tackling exemptions broadly, we could revisit primary resident exemptions at that first review and see if there's an appetite to do it at that time.
Mayor Henderson and Council, if you'll just indulge us, I just want to make sure that we captured everything in our notes correctly. And I know Hillary was taking good notes, so if I could ask her to just summarize what she's written down. I know you just repeated it, but if we just do it all as one summary, and then while she's preparing to do that, just a reminder that with the incentive program, we will come back with a work plan item to add that, but also take something out in terms of capacity.
Thanks, Jen. So to summarize, what we think we heard from you is cap, yes, for the current number, which is 1,255 permits. Not supporting minimum nights rented. We can revisit that at the 1-year review. Phase out in multifamily, and that was not a unanimous choice, but we had 3 votes for that. Phase out in ADUs. Waiting period of 1 year. We had 4 votes in support of that. Increasing in penalties and fees, both for nuisance issues as well as penalties for advertising or renting without a registration certificate. Annual registration deadline of December 31st. Yes, I'm pursuing the incentive program, and we'll come back with a work plan item and flesh that out in more detail. Council would like to do a biannual review of the program, with the first review in the summer of 2023, using a wait list rather than a lottery. And that also could be reviewed in 2023. No exemptions and no primary resident exemptions or special treatment. That again could be revisited in the future. Does that sound accurate?
I would just like to add one more item for the potential review in a year, the bike rack of this subgroup, and that's to consider allowing a short-term rental permit for somebody that rents to a seasonal worker. If I have other council members that are interested in investigating that incentive.
And I think, Hillary, correct me if I'm wrong, but within that token program, you might actually consider that and other types of layerings Councilmember Klostad, I think what the intention is to sort of layer the token program over the top of both the housing program and as a standalone program. So for example, yes, as part of that long-term rental grant program, you could choose, for example, hey, I want an STR token instead of the LTR grant, for example. So just to clarify, if everybody's okay with that, I think what the intention was to sort of layer those on top, and it could be either or, it could be plus minus. We don't actually know the answer to that yet. We're going to let staff dig really, really deep and be really, really creative, and bring us some really fantastic ideas when they come back with this.
Absolutely satisfies my intention. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes. That's the general concept, and that's what we do is think creatively.
Jen, Hillary, is there anything else that you need from us on this tonight for direction?
I think
of course going to come back again.
Yes. So just in terms of next steps, staff will be revisiting all of these recommendations, and we need to flesh out exactly what our timeline is. But the intent is to bring back a first reading of this ordinance this spring, so that with our timing phased out, so that we can adopt an ordinance before the June 15th, 2022 deadline, which is when our current moratorium expires. So that is our goal.
Thank you so much for that, Hillary. Okay, well, with that, I think we can move on to 7.3, which is our town attorney performance-based pay and employment agreement. Bonnie, I just saw you pop on, so I'm assuming it's going to be you to kick us off.
It is. I have the pleasure. Honorable Mayor and Council members, I'm happy to round out tonight's meeting. I'm going to share my screen really quickly. Sorry, there we go. And all I have is just the bare bones recommendation that was in your staff report. And it's two parts. The first is to approve a one-time non-base pay compensation amount to Town Attorney Andrew Morris based on your closed session performance evaluation at the last council meeting. I do want to point out, you may have noticed that this number is different than the one that I shared with you previously, and I miscalculated that amount. And luckily, I have a great team that caught that mistake. And so this is the actual correct amount that, based on the formula we use for a department head or mid-manager, that Andy would actually be eligible for. So I apologize for any confusion. This is based on that formula. This is the correct amount in the resolution. And then the last portion of that is to approve an additional a new employment agreement with Andy for an additional 4 years to keep him around. His previous one expired in December of 2021, and this would be a 4-year term. It is substantially similar to his previous employment agreement, except the deferred compensation formula has changed. In his past agreement, it was scaled by year, and this one is just a flat amount of $12,000 per year instead, which is consistent with other long-serving and excellent performing department heads. So, with that, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, Council, do we have any questions? Seeing heads shake no. We will open public comment. Do we have any public comment on item 7.3 this evening? Kimberly,
we do not have any public comment on your 7.3 item.
Thank you for confirming that. So we will close public comment for 7.3. Andy, I just want to say thank you so much for all of your work. I am so grateful for everything that you do. You are incredibly responsive. You're very solution oriented. You're always there to help us troubleshoot. And I'm very appreciative of the relationship between council and you and all of our staff. So I just wanted to say that to you, and say that for everyone listening.
Thank you. I'm absolutely delighted to work for the town. I've told a lot of people that I have the best lawyer job of anyone in California. I think I live here. It's really lovely for me to serve the community that I live in, which is really cool. And I like the town as an organization, and I like the council, and I like the staff. So thanks for having me. I hope that I can keep working here for a long time.
Thank you, Andy. Would any of my fellow council members like to make any remarks?
Good job. I'm ready for a motion.
Okay.
You're worth every penny, Andy.
Thank you.
Mr. Zabriskie, would you like to make that motion?
I move that the council approve resolution 2022-07 awarding a one-time non-based pay compensation amount 11969.27 to the town attorney Andrew Morris. And then for December through December of 2021 through 2025 for the initial salary of $199,486 and deferred compensation of $12,000.
And I will second.
Shall we do a roll call, or do you want to do all in favor? Say aye.
I think we could do all in favor.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And we are unanimous in that. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. All right, 10:30. All we have is council reports. Vice Mayor Romack, would you like to kick us off?
Sure, thank you. So we had a microtransit working group with Council Member Zabriskie. The bulk of that conversation was around our charter and kind of our goals. So that's what we discussed. Also, I had the pleasure of sitting on a panel for Nevada County Leadership Group. So got to participate with the mayor of Nevada City, a council member from Grass Valley, and a Nevada County supervisor. So that was fun to talk about local government. Also sat in on a meeting with the state librarian. I know, Mayor, you were on that as well, with town staff, friends of the library, Supervisor Bullock, and Nevada County staff. It was a great conversation. The state librarian had, shared a little bit about the state library system and potential grant funding, and how Friends of the Library could kind of work through the grant process to hopefully find some more funds for our local project. And I think those were the main meetings that I was up to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klofstad.
Thank you. All right. I spent a lot of time after our last meeting talking to 100% Renewable Truckee Group, discussing many of the concerns that we heard about REACH codes. And of course, I watched some more webinars on decarbonizing building, because doesn't everybody do that for fun? I certainly do. I also watched a demo on the Ledger dashboard system. I was very impressed, and I'm looking forward to sharing that with the rest of the council at some point, as I believe we'll be bringing that forward. I attended another CTA meeting. This is the Climate Transition Alliance, and we pretty much so finalized our strategic plan, which was really exciting, built out our stakeholder list and contact names. We're trying to get one elected and one staff person from each agency, as well as key nonprofits and key community leaders and businesses. So we spent some time building out that list. And then, of course, the fun part was choosing the logo and the color schemes so that we could start establishing our social media presence and outreach potential. And then with the Single-Use Plastic Reduction Committee that I was on with Mayor Henderson, we had a very long discussion about polystyrene or styrofoam. We're looking to do a ban in Truckee on styrofoam. And the traditional cups and bowls are those are going to be easy. You know, we're going to do that. We're going to ban those. There's plenty of other replacements. But it was a pretty long and detailed discussion about some of the other types of styrofoam that's used in our community, including the trays for meats and food products, packaging of mail order stuff that's done outside of our area. So we did ask the committee did ask for some more information, and we'll be bringing that back and hopefully concluding that part of the discussion at our next meeting. So hopefully we'll be able to move that forward. And then, of course, I had a great time at the team building last week. So thanks, everybody, for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
The Nevada County Transportation Commission meeting, commission met and they covered the climate evacuation plan for the county. Bob Womack and Alfred Knotts for the town have been working on that. And it's important for us, partly because there's 4 supervisors on the other side of the crest that think primarily about evacuation in terms of that side of the mountain. So we have to be diligent in reminding them that we're in the same county with them. And we need an evacuation plan that's coordinated with theirs. And then a lot of discussion was about the tremendous damage they had over there from the storms that we received, just the amount of trees that went down and the power lines that went down was so much more extensive than what we experienced. Truckee River Watershed Basin Group met with stream flow updates, reservoir updates, and then 2 experts from the National Weather Service spoke both on the forecast through the rest of the winter for rain and then forecast on the rate at which the snow will melt and fill the reservoirs. Yes, then microtransit with Council Member Romack, and then I think Council Member Romack was there with me at the TMA meeting as well. The Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association endorsed the Measure R extension unanimously. So we got an endorsement right there without much effort. And then their discussion also focused a lot on the staff shortages for drivers of their transportation services. And it was an interesting discussion on transportation and housing for seasonal workers, kind of illustrating how this is a regional problem that involves Truckee as well as the North Shore. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, super excited to have joined my first private business employer meeting being facilitated by Mountain Housing Council. So something I've been working on for a long time, and they picked it up, and we had a really great call with some really amazing experts in the field of investing and such. And so that was super productive, and that is going to be a monthly thing. So thank you to Mountain Housing Council for picking up the leadership on that. Also had an opportunity to speak with a representative from Citizens Climate. What's the acronym? I apologize.
Citizens Climate Lobby.
Thank you, Lobby. After our last meeting regarding REACH codes as well, and the Ithaca plan, and that was great. And then other than that, I had a quick call with Truckee Trails Foundation, and that is about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I also sat in the library meeting, which Vice Mayor Romack has already chatted about, as well as the Single-Use Foodware Reduction Committee meeting. So you all have made it easy because I can just say where I was, and you have already done the updates. We, of course, had our full-day council priority session and retreat just last week, where we did reaffirm our 5 council goals for the next year. I visited with the board of the Waldorf School. They're really trying to create different and new educational opportunities for our community. So I was able to have a really nice visit with their board and also met several of their students, which was just really, really lovely. I know several of them are interested in chatting with you about what they're trying to create as well. I also took a walk with Ruth Miller to chat about transportation opportunities and sort of, quick wins and things like that around transit and transportation, especially as we already start to think about and move into our summer season. And then just lots of individual phone calls, as you can imagine, related to agenda items for this evening. I think that's mostly it for me. Okay. Well, with that, I know it was a long meeting, so thank you all for hanging in there. I really appreciate it. Let's call us to a close, and I will see you at our next regularly scheduled council meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Good work.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.